I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my love to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. It took all the strength I had not to fall apart. Kept trying hard to mend the pieces of my broken heart. And how I spent so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. I'm not that chained up little person still in love with you. And so you felt like dropping in and just expect me to be free, while I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. So now go, walk out the door, just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break me with goodbye? Did you think I'd crumble?
Ladies and gentlemen, manene na manenekazi, the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa, over to you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Molweni bahlali base Khayelitsha. Molweni. Enkosi kakhulu siza kuyiqala lembizo yanamhlanje. We are going to start the program of the today's imbizo. And we are now going to call, sizawubiza umfundisi Reverend Malangeni azokusivulela ngomthandazo. Reverend Malangeni azokusivulela ngomthandazo. Siqale le nkqubo yanamhlanje.
Wabonaka atina wabonakala ofana naye tina sofana naye Before I pray, I must give a respect, Minister, Mr. Bekele, Deputy, Minister Sisonke Slap, Official Sisonke Slap, Abantu Bakatiko, Abalapa namhlanje. I'm greeting in the name of Jesus, all of you guys. Molweni betuni. I'm going to pray. Sekthiwa kwathanda kumfundisi uMalangeni. Hey. Oh God, kuzoba right. Bona iswe lako wethu uxolele ngelisono ungoyithobi nqombo wayakholuze lufusapho olwakho. Masiqimeleni, let's close our eyes and pray. UnguThixo nenqeba engasozifane nayabanye abantu, ngoba yakho inqeba ayipheli. Silapha Thixo namandla amakhulu, silapha Mongameli, uyalazi iqhina esilinyukayo. Twebangela sibe lapha Thixo yaziwa lizulu thina singekayazi. Thixo namandla amakhulu, sizowucenga nangoku, sizowucenga wena into kokuba Thixo wethu ungasishiyi kuthi kwizinto ezenzeka kule Khayelitsha yethu ungasilibali Thixo namandla amakhulu. Susiflathela kaloku Thixo, susiflathela Thixo wasekhaya, susiflathela Thixo wabazali bam, ngoba Thixo namandla amakhulu xa siyekelelwe nguwe sawuphalala njengamanzi. Ulithemba lethu wena Thixo, yile nto noAsa ke vifuthele ntshaba zakhe wathi sincede Yehova Thixo wethu, wathi sayame ngawe Thixo namandla amakhulu. Naba baphathi Thixo, nangumntaka Cele Thixo namandla amakhulu, nangumr Cele Thixo wethu, ubusuku nemina kalali Thixo wethu, ukuba kufanelekile Thixo ukuba Thixo namandla amakhulu mawumongezelela amandla ngakumbi siyacela Thixo umnika amandla umnike kwanenzondelelo ngoba Thixo lenyuka iqini ekugqibeleni Thixo namandla amakhulu sonke Thixo silapha njena siziswe imeko yobuhlungu belilizwe uzusincede ke Thixo wethu kamshiya umntaka ndithini orhuqa lekhayelitsha ungawashiya amapolisa wethu Thixo namandla amakhulu ukwenzela into kokuba Thixo wethu bafumana amandla ezulu zonke izinto ndizicela kuwe kuba ndiyazi uzawuzenza ngayo uKristu Nkosi yethu amen. Kamalika Ewova amalitingiswe udumise kwise nakuye Yesu nyana akuye imoya awoyi oyingcwele nje ngoba kunjalo kwasekuqalekeni unjalo aloku nje uyazi imana kubanjalo ude kube benguna ate uYesu lidwala uYesu lidwala uYesu lidwala uYesu lidwala balama atwa uYesu lidwala uYesu lidwala la lama ngamatwa masambeni madoda masambeni ya Yesu madoda masambeni madoda masambeni ya Yesu ulidwala lamadwa yena dwala have a seat xa ndizawusuka apha xa ndizawusuka incwadi yokumkani besibini isahluko sesesibini sikhawuleze sibambe ivesi ethi cela into ndingekasuswa kuwo ndizushumayela namhlanje xa silapha cela into ndingekasuswa kuwo ukuba benza kushumayela bekuzawunyanzeleka ndiphande abantu abacelayo ngabantu abanjani into nayo kuba ndingazukushumayela imfama yacela kwabuzicela ntoni na yathi ndicela ukubona cela ukuba ndiphinde ndibone yile nto kwazawuvela ivesi ethi lona imbonayo nimaziyo limomelezile igama cela into ndingekasuswa kuwe dwala limileyo dwala uYesu lidwala
Ndithanda unibulisa nonke. I would like to greet you all. My name is Sergeant Langa. I am with Mr. Khayelitsha. We will be the program director for the day. To begin with, I would like to greet the Minister of Police, General Khayelitsha, the Deputy Minister of Police, General Matale, National Commissioner of Police, General Masemola, Deputy National Commissioner of Police and Operations, Lieutenant General Mosekedi, the Minister of Presidency and State Security, Mr. Mgungube. Is he not here? My apologies, but in his absence, I do greet him. Moving forward, to the Divisional Commissioner, Head of IPID, Provincial Commissioner, and Senior Management, all provincial, joint, and other stakeholders, cluster commanders, the community at large, the KDF members, I greet you all. I now call Mr. Khayelitsha to come forward and continue with our program. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, manene na manenekazi, silapha Khayelitsha eMakhaza. Zake ndinibalisele esinye story salapha eMakhaza. Niyevze ninikhumbuze siyevana. Ndingekaphumi ninikhumbuze ndibalise esa story ndizasibalisa. Singatyanga xesha bethuna njengoba sibona ukuthi siqale late sizawuzama ukuthi izpeakers abakhona sizazicela ukuthi zigcine inantsika ixesha ukwenzela uba iprogram yethu siyigqibe kwangethuba. We are going to humble ask the speakers to please assist us, as we know that we started a bit late, and therefore we would love to go through all the points and all the things that we set ourselves to go through and achieve today. Without any further ado, let us now call Councillor Lucky Mbiza to do the welcoming. Mr. or Councillor Mbiza. Thank you.
Enkosi Program Director, mandiqale ndibulise umphathiswa wethu uba ubhekicele, ndibulise naku Deputy naku National Commissioner no Deputy wakhe, bahlali ndibulise nakuni abahlali bakuthi nenkokheli ezikhoyo, ngoba phandle kwenu bahlali le program le bengazokwazi ukuqhubekeka, okubonakalisa ukuthi nibalulekile nini aba nenza ukuthi le program yethu lo msitho wethu okwazi ukuqhubekeka. Ndingalabalanga isikhokhelo esisenze ukuthi sidibane apha, o KDF, o chairperson, o Comrade Ndithini. Ngalamazwi wami amancinci ndithi mandinamkele nonke apha kwa-Ward 96 nonke namukelekile. Ningakhulula ibhaji zenu ngoba iofisi yami ikude bendizathi nizixhome pha eofisini but ikude. Kwangoku ndizathi hayi khululekani sixoxeni ngalomba lo suzeleyo. Okwami kuncinci ukuthi ndizonamukela but then le event le ndicinga ukuthi iKDF mayikhetha i18 ka July benenjongo. Now le 18 le kule program le mphathiswa ifika ngelanga kuthi apha eKhayelitsha engathi ndingaba ndithi siwelwe lilufi olumnyama apha eKhayelitsha. 2 days ago mandivuka abahlali bathi councillor bekudutshulwa kakhulu apha. Ungaba uyivuyile lonto ndithi hey kanene mina ndihlala pha ekugqibeleni nawe andivanga nto bathi asilalanga 2 days ago, which is lonto eyenzeke I think Friday night, Saturday night. Now it's lonto apha eKhayelitsha kunzima asikwazi nothetha. Omnye umfo uthe uhambe pha uthethe yonke into ndithi hey mfondini ndizathi mandigqiba uthetha apha nithumele nithi nguye nankuya bathetha kakhulu. Now anzothetha nto ngomcimbi wecrime singabahlali especially thina siyayika nothetha, but into ebalulekile ukuthi sivuleni inhliziyo zethu singabahlali sithetheni siboneni ukuthi singancedisana njani. Ingxaki lekhoyo ngoku umphathiso sine radio station, only radio station apha eMakhaza bathi ngo radio zibonele kuthiwa uyavalwa ngolosithathu. Now le radio station phakathi kweviki o-councillors bebapha bayoxoxa phaya baxelela abahlali i-services bayophendula o-councillors ukuthi eziwadini zabo kwenzeka ntoni abahlali basise pha. But ngoku siva kuthiwa iyavalwa and siva kuthiwa uMinister of Communication makhangelwa akafumaneki. Now sizama uqonda njengomuntu sinethemba ukuthi okoko ngutata wethu ngoku ngoba oko from last year oko siqala le term yo councillors okujikeleza apha eKhayelitsha oko ufuna uncedisana nathi ukuthi le crime nokudutshulwana oku kuhle. Now besicela ukuthi nje ulapha ukosibambele yena ukuthi noko makasonde la radio station lithemba lethu hiyo qha ayikho enye. Now bendithi nakuni bahlali bakuthi besihlele imithini izolo nezolo elinye sithi ekuvumelaneni kwethu ikhwelo lihlatshiwe ngomso siyaphaya ku-ikhasa pha sivumelene singabahlali balapha eKhayelitsha kuthi ngomso siyapha ku-ikhasa pha sobuza ukuthi uyivalela ntoni i-radio station. If izibonele if i-radio station izibonele emoshile sithi i-internal problems mazimanejwe but yona mayekwe iqhube ngoba i-community radio leya. Bendingamelanga lonto but bendithi mandigcithise lo mlomo because of i-community radio yethu nezikoli ezi ziripotwa pha abahlali baripota lo mcimbi wezikoli ezi pha kule radio station. Manje mayivalwa ithi lonto ingxaki zabaninzi. Enkosi program director ngokuthi undinike elithuba ndithi ngokuzithoba okukhulu siyabulela ukuthi nizise apha kwa-Ward 96 le program nezinye mphathiswa mazize ngoba i-police station sisayikhangela apha ekhaya. Amandla.
Ngosi Councillor. I now call upon Chairperson of KDF, Mr. N. Kido, to outline the purpose of the event. Thank you.
Enkosi. Enkosi kakhulu. Mandicela uxolo kuqala. Bathi abanye uyabizwa bangaphakathi kuthiwa izothetha. Hayi to mna no General Phathekile besiyokwamkela MEC for Community Safety apha eWestern Cape umnumzana uRegan Allen. Qha usesefowunini apha phandle. Xa ungisotheko ke kwamaxesha njalo. Mandithathe lithuba ke manegameni le-Executive Committee ye-Khayelitsha Development Forum. Ndizibulisele nabantu baseKhayelitsha kobekekileyo umphathiswa wamapolisa kwilizwe loMzantsi Afrika uGeneral Bheki Cele nesekela lakhe ke umnumzana uKhayelitsha na sizibulisele kumcommissioner kazwelonke wamapolisa uGeneral Masemula kwakunye nezinye ke ogxa bakhe abaphansi kwakhe. Ndicela ubulisa nakumama lo inhloko ye-IP okhoya apha ngaphakathi. Ndithathe lithuba egameni le-KDF ndibulise nakumama uMvandaba nongusekela mcommissioner lapha ePondweni ku-Correctional Services. Kuzo zonke ke izithwalando ezikhoya apha endlini, ingqanga nentsiba zayo. Owam umsebenzi mncinci apha zawuthetha nangesingesi. Ndicela uqala ukuthetha ngesixhosa ukwenzela uba thina abanikazi bento ze sivane kakuhle. Ngesingesi eyam into apha kukuthetha only about the purpose of this imbizo. This is imbizo namhlanje apha eDesmond Tutu. It's a deviation. It's a deviation from what normally people expect from an imbizo. You come in, listen to a minister speak, get a snack, go home. Come in, listen to a minister speak, get a snack, go sleep. Umphathiswa wamapolisa uGeneral Cele said to us xa sicela ukudibana naye that it is not going to be helpful for him, it's not going to be helpful for Khayelitsha that we listen to him speak. We agreed with the Ministry of Police that we will first go on the 16th of June, the Youth Day. I want you to underline this, on the Youth Day. That will converge at a venue with all the stakeholders. And then at this venue, thresh out a response to the calamities that faces Khayelitsha as an area. That genuinely the stakeholders in Khayelitsha are going to say, this is how we think Khayelitsha should be policed. So the deviation from an imbizo is that you come in a venue, you sing a song, eat a snack, go and sleep. Then today's purpose was for us as stakeholders to tell government in the JCPS cluster that we think that state security is going to prioritize the very real threat of xenophobic attacks, black-on-black violence that may happen. If General Cele from this podium, I can make a call on something. I'm not very powerful here in Khayelitsha. Even Lumpens would want to ride on a call I make here and create havoc in this community. There are people who purport to represent all of us who would say a lot of nothing because they know nothing about how we live our lives in this side. Now, stakeholders met at Fallsbay College on the 16th, and part of the thing, they said very few things, don't worry, it's not a big, this thing is not a big document, but there are very few things we asked for. MEC Allen, we asked there at the summit for very few things. That between the national government, provincial government, and the city of Cape Town, there's a closer working relationship, so that we close the gaps. We close the room for bickering. We must also say that as stakeholders, we ask for very few things. We ask for these people who are in yellow jackets to be given a warmer jacket. We ask for very, very simple things. We ask between government and the private sector, somebody must find a way of giving these people a stipend for the time they give. And we asked because we value the time that they give to Khayelitsha to make us safe. And the general particularly is saying to me, Chair, but how to deal with that at the same time? And we're saying, but please, this is not SAPS matter. This is a whole of society matter. You see, one day, when we stop being coward, the money that is being extorted by thugs should be channeled to community policing somehow. But only when we stop being coward. Details can be discussed differently. We ask for this imbizo so that the Minister of Home Affairs would understand the gravity of having too many foreign run and owned spaza shops in localities. Because some of the manifestations is a state of crime we find ourselves in. We asked for this imbizo because we wanted to say to our government that work closer and together with the city of Cape Town to deal with potholes, to deal with house numbers, to deal with access roads, to deal with lighting. And then we are saying to General Khayelitsha, then bring the boots on the ground. You see, with my general, between with my, with my belly here, in between some of the shacks here inside B, I can't move. I stay inside B, General. So sometimes I myself, I'm not a trained person. I'm just a civilian. So I can't navigate between the shacks myself. I'm the chair. Maybe I'm called to come in to a child's birthday, but I say no, I'll come maybe at a school or at a hall because I can't go between the shacks. You see, so these are hard realities. To those of us who are gender-based activists, or people who stand against gender-based violence, you know a case of somebody who, when they want to report, they must make 3 calls. There'll be an issue of signal network, there'll be an issue of location, there'll be an issue. Before that call is received by SAPS for better policeability or response to that, that person would have been victimized for the second or the third time. That's an environmental design matter. It's got nothing to do with politicking. It's got a lot to do with the reality. The other reality is that we called this imbizo, that we on this side, at community level, we seem to want to be freeloaders. We are too quick to blame. But we know who burns the tires. Somebody gets into trouble with their girlfriend somewhere in the back room, they go and burn tires in the road. They say there's a problem. Somebody's got a relationship issues and go and burn a community hall, and they say there's a problem. And even when we know that there isn't a problem, it's just someone who calls themselves a leader in our community decides to burn things down. And we entertain that only to blame the police. They must come and put out the fire. But we called the Imbizo for the effective integrated justice system. Those of us who are familiar with the Khayelitsha Magistrates Court is one of the few things that we've gotten out of the presidential, of being a presidential nodal point. The other issue I wanted to raise with MEC is that Khayelitsha was once a presidential nodal point for development. You can't just jump from being a nodal point and just being a normal community. Surely something is not normal. Infrastructurally and environmental design-wise, surely something is not normal. You can't just jump from being a presidential nodal point and then you just come back and you are just a normal community. It can't be. It cannot be right. And the summit took time to look at how best can we work together. Working together in this thing. Because we said we are deviating from a normal Imbizo. So we're going to leave this hall, General Tele, without saying this thing. The team, we requested the expertise, and we are really grateful for the generosity that was extended to us as the KDF by people like former MEC, Mr. Leonard Ramatlagano, who's now a board chair at PRASA, but we invited him in his capacity as former MEC for safety and security in the province. General Mzwandile Petros, Mr. Eldred de Klerk, and other colleagues. And when we thank you very much, MEC Allen, for the generosity of some of your staff members. They are very great. They are great officials in your department who help us to bring together both the summit and Imbizo. And we wish not to leave this meeting without a committee that's going to not just monitor these things, but to implement them. And we are really, really recommending that we cannot leave an Imbizo or General Tele unless we want to waste your time. We cannot leave this meeting today here without endorsing the fact that all those stakeholders who were together in creating it must be made at least responsible for its implementation so that we see these things through. And not only confine them to implementing these things that are only found in the report of the summit, but generally other things. There will be innovation. There's innovation that we want to talk about. One last point I want to make, colleagues, especially to those of us who are in the NGO sector. We must stop only working for the funders. Only have activity because the funder tells you. Only have some activity because the funder tells you so. And remember, most of these NGOs are not accounting to us, to the communities, are accounting to their funders. We ourselves as a KDF, we have no right to speak, act on behalf of the people and not account to them at all our levels. All KDF structures have a responsibility to report in their wards. All KDF structures have a responsibility to work with their ward committees, to work with their ward councillors at a ward level, so that you do not just run to a KDF in training center. We want to feel KDF existing amongst the people. And I know that in your various other places, as stakeholders of the KDF, you see in your organizations, you also have a presence at local level. We must, or to Mamumvanda Niacholwa as correctional services, that the majority of our Bamoshayo are repeat offenders. Some of them are on parole. And maybe it's a discussion that we must take aside so then go and have a conversation about these types of things. We also are aware that of those Khayelitsha parolees who cannot go and sign in Mitchell's Plain because of sometimes hurtful issues, those who understand how those work, we do. We are willing to work with correctional services as well. We are also participating in the KDF on the VOD programs to try and create a dialogue between the victim and the offender to try and bring these people together one day. In closing, I know that the KDF Executive Committee and all the KDF structures across Khayelitsha is committed to working with the South African Police Services unconditionally. We do not say to General BT, if you don't give us coffee and tea, we won't work with you. That's not the type of relationship we want to have with SAPS. But also we want SAPS to appreciate the fact that our relationship is gonna always be complementary and contradictory. There will be times when we don't agree, General, because if I hear that somebody is raped and I don't see a van, I call you even at night, even when you are on leave. I will call, because I'm called. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mbiza, when he was here, one of the things that he mentioned, he said that we are even afraid to talk about crime. The chairperson of the KDF talked about the need to come together and see how best can we work together. And I think this becomes very important, and this is what brought us together here now, to see how best we can work together as a community and as government. Ladies and gentlemen, ndingalibazisanga ngalomxholo sizohamba ngawo othi sifuna ukuthi singasebenzisana kanjani sisonke, echaza futhi nokuthi injongo yale mbizo ibukekela kancinci kwinjongo zembizo esidla ngoba nazo, kangangoba apha kule nansi kule mbizo asifuni nje uthetha sisogqiba sihambe. Yiyo lento elapha amanqwanqwa karhulumente ukuthi kube khona inkqubo ezobonakalisa ukubheka phambili ukuthi senza ntoni ngezingxaki. Ndingalibazisanga, without further ado, now let me call the Youth Crime Prevention Desk National Chairperson, Mr. Sipho Khataza. Mr. Sipho Khataza to address us. Thank you.
Eita Khayelitsha eita. Eita Khayelitsha eita. Zayithola kanjani? Hlele koneni? Uzayithola kanjani? Uhlele koneni? Umanga qhamuka uMandela esibona sinje angalelanga iluma esibona sinje. Umanga qhamuka uMandela esibona sinje angalelanga iluma esibona angale uma esibona sinje angalelanga iluma esibona angalela uma esibona sinje angalela ngaliluma esibona sinje uma ngaqhamuka uMandela esibona sinje angalela uma ngaqhamuka uMandela esibona sinje angalela luma esibona angalela uma esibona sinje angalela uma esibona mandla qina mhlali qina qina mhlali qina Thank you very much, Program Director, the Minister, Becky Cele, and the Deputy, the National Commissioner, General Masemula, and the entire National Office, the Provincial Commissioner of the Western Cape, General Patekile, and the entire Provincial Office, the MEC of Community Safety, the Chairperson of Khayelitsha Development Forum, and the leadership, community leaders, young people, receive our revolutionary greetings from the National Youth Crime Prevention Desk. To the leadership, I was not meant to be part of the program, but the courtesy of the organizers when they saw that I've arrived, particularly the chairperson of the KDF said, I must come in and greet, as we can see that there is a fair representation of young people. Let me start by appreciating the initiative, I think, by the KDF. This initiative is in line with the integrated youth crime prevention strategy. The National Crime Prevention Strategy provided a police framework for crime prevention that embraced some fundamental changes. And when I saw this program, I'm starting to believe that the chairperson of the KDF reads a lot, because of this is what the strategy speaks to. The first shift was the recognition that policing in relation to crime does not have to be reactive. So today we are meeting precisely because of that. We need to come up with ideas as to how do we prevent. We must not only see police when there's a crime scene and then it ends there. And this is entailed in the strategy. The second shift was the acknowledgement that crime is caused by a range of social, political, developmental, economic, and other factors. The need for formation of partnership result in development of the crime prevention strategy can no longer be emphasized. It is essential that as many people as possible becomes involved in the crime prevention. Since youth development is central in the reconstruction and development of South Africa, it is imperative that considerable attention and energy be focused on prevention of crime that affects young people and impacts on their development as productive citizens. So as we gather here, we want to be able to come up with ideas as a collective to make sure that we create safer communities in order for our kids and young people can be able to grow and develop. Indeed, we need everyone. Crime cannot be defeated only by police. I think the remarks by the chairperson of the KDF are precise to say that as the community, we know exactly what is happening. We know who are those that are creating crime, and we need to join hands in making sure that we fight crime. As we all know that crime, it's an indirect or direct product of unemployment and poverty. Minister, it was very embarrassing xa ndibona omnye umuntu ayemhlophe a few weeks ago being able to stand and insult our leaders, forgetting that where we are today, we are dealing with the residues of the past. And we must be able to say that we agree, I think, as the communities of South Africa, that not everything is supposed to be where it is, but there's effort. Our leaders are not sleeping. They are working tirelessly to make sure that they address our challenges. We cannot allow that to happen ever again. Not while we are still here, not while we are still breathing. Lastly, we are also meeting here today on a day that is called a Mandela Day. And I thought I must just say something, particularly to young people. We want you young people, because young people in general, you've got energy and ideas. We want you young people to use your energy and ideas to make sure that we develop our communities. We want you to emulate Utatu Nelson Mandela. But Utatu Nelson Mandela before prison, because of that Tata Nelson Mandela was a youthful one. He had ideas. If you go through, I think the minister might touch on those issues. Some of the ideas, because of his youthfulness, the old people wanted to reject. In fact, they rejected it several times, but the ANC, which he was part of, later on came and adopted those ideas. So we want to say on this day, let us go back and emulate Utatu Nelson Mandela. Let's use our energy, let's use our ideas in making sure that we develop our communities. Because the only tool to fight crime is us being able to develop one another. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Anilibalanga mosela abali bentinza nibalisela lona. Zanibalisela ndandilapha kwelo holo kukho inkonzo. Ndingumfundisi ndishumayela but sabuya siligqibezele ne. Sabuya siligqibezele. We need to generate ideas as a collective to create safer communities. Ucho umuntu omtsha inkokheli yabantu abatsha uba siyabona le nto iyahambelana ukuthi silapha sidibene sizonantsika sizoxoxa and yona nto sizoyenza apha namhlanje sifuna uba sibe nemibono sibe namacebiso sibe nezisombululo sibe nenantsika neziphakamiso siphuma apha sinezo zinto kodwa uxininisile usihlalo ukuthi funeka singaneli nje uba sizithetha apha ezinto xa sisiphumile apha zenziwe singalibazisanga. We now call upon for the message of support. Let us do it this way. They're going to follow each other in this sequence. Firstly, we're going to have the chairperson of the provincial CPF board, Mrs. F. Lucas. She is going to be followed by the chairperson of Khayelitsha Women Development Forum, Miss N. Kohli. Over to you, colleagues.
Molweni. Thank you, Program Director. I am standing here bringing you greetings from the newly elected CPF Provincial Board. As a cluster chairperson of Khayelitsha, I am really privileged to stand here and do my first address as a provincial board chairperson in Khayelitsha, Minister. I greet Minister of Police, our Deputy Minister of Police, our National Commissioner of Police, our MEC for Policing and Oversight in the Western Cape. I want to greet also the chairperson and the leadership of the KDF, the young man from the Crime Prevention Forum who's representing us on national. I think we must give him a hand. He's from the Western Cape, representing us on the national level. I want to greet him. We are going places from Khayelitsha to province to national. And then I want to greet the lovely people in the yellow vest, our crime fighters, our heroes, our heroines, walking the streets of Khayelitsha, making sure that our people are safe, and the leadership of the CPF. And lastly, I want to say all protocol observed. If I miss someone, it's not done intentionally. Please forgive me for that. Mine today is just to give a message of support, and our support firstly goes to the community of Khayelitsha, a community of which I'm a product of, a community that is being challenged on a daily basis by mass killings, extortions, GBV and femicide, but also a community that is resolute, that is not backing down, that is taking the fight to where it must go to the criminals. I want to say to the community of Khayelitsha, we are here, you are not alone. We have our Father always with us, Minister, when we cry, He's here. And sometimes I wonder, does the minister ever sleeps? When we switch on the TV, he is in Alexander, then we look again, he's in Lenasia, then he's in Khayelitsha, he's all over. I want to thank him for that. He is visible, he's on the ground, and he's facing his own challenges, but he's never complaining. Secondly, I want to say to the police department, you have our support, and we will do as mandated by our Constitution and the SAPS Act. We will keep you accountable for service delivery. As I said also to the MEC, we'll keep you accountable, but we will support you. We will never do any grandstanding. We will sit around the table, we will identify the problems and find solutions together, because we know and we understand that crime cannot be overcome by SAPS alone. Tina, as a community, we have a role to play. We can start where we are in our streets. You don't have to be an active patroller. Just keep your eyes open and you be the eyes and the ears, not of the police, but of the community. Start organizing and mobilizing in your street. And lastly, I want to say, Program Director, we live in a province where everything is being politicized. We cannot afford to politicize crime. Once we begin to do that, we are dividing ourselves as a community. And when we are divided, we are so much weaker. And then is the time when the criminal overpowers us. So I'm asking all political leaders in the province, if you go to neighborhood watches and CPFs in your capacity as per government position that you have, that is fine. But don't go in your political colors trying to mobilize the volunteers that is sacrificing the time, that is risking their lives. That will be defeating the purpose of a unity uniting against crime. So, Chairperson, Program Director, With those few words, I want to say we are here, we are in support, and we will always be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Nozuko Koshli. The Khayelitsha Desika, Women Development, kwa KDF. Let me first acknowledge the birthday of Tata Umadiba. Diminike umyalezo ndithi Tata awukhathali nasi chabalala nje. Ndizokuthi ke ngoku ndibulise ndithi molo minister ubhekicele ndamthanda kudala samthandana namhlanje. Closer. Okay. Ndibulise uDeputy Minister bethuna, ndibulise iofficials zonke ezihamba nawe minister, ndibulise abantu bephondo elisikulo lentshona koloni, ndithi molweni ngalenjikalanga, ndibuye ndibulise abahlali bethuna, ndibulise neighborhood watch, ndifuna ukuzikhetha ngokukhethekileyo ngoba zisebenza nzima. Ndibuye ndibulise ne-CPF ekhoyo phakathi komnquba lo sivume sangena. Abantu endizawubathetha ngabo kakhulu apha ngabantu abangomama. Qina mama, qina. Qina mama, qina. Program Director, abantu abangomama bathwele nzima. Lanto kwakusithiwa kudala umuntu ongumama uoperese kwathathu ayikakapheli, umuntu ongumama usaoperese kwathathu nangoku. Qha ndizokuyicalula ke into endifuna ukuyithetha yilena, ukuba ngaba nezinye ministers ezibeke uchaza uba zizawuba khona apha bezikhona, bendifuna ukuzinika umyalezo, kodwa ke mandinikezele kuwe minister okhoyo ndithi ndiyacela kwi-departments ezikhoyo zonke abantu abangomama maba acknowledgewe, abantu abangomama mabaqashwe, abantu abangomama mazithi uba bane-companies zabo mazisebenze i-companies zabo. Umuntu ongumama angathi xa kuvela itenda athi xa ifaka itenda yakhe angahoya kuba female, kuzohoywa umuntu ongutata, ahoye umuntu ongumama only xa epartnerishe nomuntu ongutata. Singomama belilizwe and uba siyaqina izakwenzeka lento siyifunayo. Minister, last week Thursday ikhona gender based violence besikuyo sine meeting kunye no GCIS. Phayana kuye konyulwa i-steering committee esiza kuncedisana nokuhlala, and esi steering committee kufuneka sincedisane ne-NGOs zonke, funeka siqokelele zonke i-NGOs zize ngaphambili ngoba njengalento ibithethwa apha nguchairperson we-KDF i-NGOs ezikhoyo, umuntu uvula i-NGO ye-GBV kuba efuna ufumana yena ukuba makwanikwe funding. Uya understand? Isingathi ezinye azenzi exactly lento kufuneka yenzekile yoba zijongane nokuhlukunyezwa komama nabantwana. So ngoko ke sithe kula meeting besikuyo mazidibani NGOs ukwenzela bazosebenza ncakasana ziye pha ezitratweni, ngoba minister i-GBV inkulu iyaqhubeka eKhayelitsha, omama bayafa, abantwana bayadlwengula. And into endiyivuyile kakhulu minister yokuba kule veki phele beungikhona umphathi court. Umphathi court oye wavuya kakhulu xa kusenziwa esa steering committee ngoba uthi zonke kuthiwa zintoni ezinto zimangalelwa pha uthi ziphume ofisini yakhe i-protection orders uthi ziphuma e-ofisini yakhe. So ke ngoko uyavuya xa siza kusebenzisana xa sisonke apha eKhayelitsha GBVs wonke umuntu lapha eKhayelitsha nani bantu bakomama sanukuhlala ninyamezele xa uphethwe kakubi umuntu ongutata ekuhlukumeza kuba usithi andiphangeli nizakondliwa ngubani xa ndiyombambisa okanye xa umntana memxela utata uba uyamhlukumeza ube ufihla uthi mntanam suyithetha lento ngoba akekho umuntu ozawusondla ubeke wabanjwa utatakho. So yimangenyawo bomama uface ireality better ulambe kunoba mawuhlala ubomo bakho ungqungqutheka apha emhlabeni. Minister, i-crime isiphethe kakubi. I-crime minister isiphethe kakubi. Uceba walapha kule ward ka-96 ukhe wathetha apho wathi 2 days ago besive imipu idubula and la mipu bisitsho ezantsi kwendlu yam minister kubhubhe abantu ababini 2 bebulawa ngemipu zii-criminals singazaziyo. Minister yithi ke xa ungumntu ongumama usendlini xa ungumntu ongumama usendlini minister usiva umpu usitsho ngaphandle awukwazi uphuma uyo-identifya laa mntu ubulalayo okanye u-identifye lo mntu ubulalayo kwenzela bosokwazi ukuncedisa amapolisa. Amapolisa minister siyafuna uwancedisa but size kanye nkosi ngoba ubeke wabhaqwa minister okokubana nguwe lo uhambisa i-information emapoliseni umuntu azabanjwe. Minister singenelwe ezindlini siyabulawa. Minister basinqonqozele bafike bathatha i-TV zethu wes indlu abayibona ba ayinaye umuntu ongutata. Minister abafazi bahleli kabuhlungu eSouth Africa. Bahleli kabuhlungu ngenxa ye-drugs minister. I-drugs ezilapha elokishini azinganganto minister. Abantwana bethu babonile babhubhile enyobeni minister ngenxa ye-drugs. Uyabona laa nto bisenzeke enyobeni minister mna soze ndithi bubutywala bodwa ne-drugs bezikhona pha ngoba bekunokofa abantwana abangaka ya minister abancinci kangaka ya umntu esimokola bayeka abantwana bangene esimokoleni bebangaka ya kufe insana ezingakafiki nakwi-20 years minister. Minister umuntu ongumama uthwele kabuhlungu ngoba yonke laa nto yesihla ihla kumntu ongumama and ngumntu ongumama okhalayo ngumntu ongumama otyiwa inimba because andizutha abantwana abatyiwa inimba because ezi zinto zirongo most of the time zenziwa ngootata ukuxolweni bootata bandithethe ngani kakubi. Not bonke ootata benza izinto ezirongo bakhona ootata bakwenyani bakhona ikhona minister i-foundation ndaba i-foundation oba intona ekuthiwa ngufather the nation. Yabona ke abotata kuthiwa ngabaka-father the nation bayasebenza bakhona nalapha ezilokishini zethu but into endiyibona inzima minister ukuba ootata bakafuni ukuyijoyina laa nto ka-father kuthiwa no excuse pha uba ungumntu ongutata wenza into erongo uze ubanjwe ube ne-excuse yoba mna ndakhula kakubi. Anditsho kuni ke botata nditsho kumntu ongutata. So ke minister siyacela minister umntu ongumama makangahlukumezeki mangathi umuntu ongumama efake icase namhlanje ngomso xa ephume ehamba esitrateni abone laa mntu ebeyombambisa bemhlukumezile ehamba apha esitrateni emkhomba ngomnye athi wena zawubuya ngawe. Siyacela minister siyacela usihoye minister namapolisa wakho. Enkosi.
1 2 ndathi ndisashumayela kwangena umntu oshushu phaa shumayela ndathi amasela sozayo ezulwini wathi laa mfo phaya baxelele mfundisi ushushu ndizawubuya ndiligqibezele The chairperson of KDF has set the scene for today. Wasichazela uba sibheka phi. Now we are going to have engagements, like we are going to engage each other. So engage on. Siyabona lanto le ngoba sisembizweni mos ne. Andithi sisembizweni. Yes, ndathi ababulali soze bangene ezulwini wathi lamfo baxelele mfundisi baxelele. I want to set the tone ne for as engagement. Ebechilo mosi usihlalo wathi besidibene okanye bekudityenwe kukhona inansika i-summit ne kula summit ke besikuyi bikhona kwaxoxwa ngezinto and ezinto bezinezihloko ezihlanu. There were 5 categories ne of the issues. Bekuthethwa ngokuthatha inxaxheba kwabantu ne ukuthi abantu bathathe inxaxheba kuyo into enziwa kunantsika kurhulumente ukwenzela ukuthi si create safer communities. Wathi yathi esibini isihloko yathetha ngezinto eziphethelene kwinhlalo yethu noqoqosho ezingekhontle ezenza imeko ibe yimbi laa nto kuthiwa zi-socio-economic ills. Kwaphinda futhi kwathethwa sihamba sonke ne okanye ndiyabaleka. Yes, kwaphinda futhi kwa enye inantsika isihloko sathetha ngolwakhiwo okanye uyilo lwedolophu indawo esinantsikayo esihlala kuzo nokusingqongileyo, urban and environmental design. So kwathethwa ngengxaki ezikhoyo apho. Eyesihlanu oyesine kwathethwa ngenkqubo ebambeneyo yezobulungisa, laa nto kuthiwa effective integrated justice system. Eyesihlanu kwathethwa ngokulwa ne ubundlobongela obusekelwe kwisini, combating gender-based violence. So bekukwezo zihloko zihlanu ebekuthethwa ngazo. Kubuzwa okokuba ngabana yintoni ingxaki malunga nezinto eziphathelele kwesi sihloko. Athina amacebiso ne singazilungisana njani ezinto sibambene singurhulumente nokuhlala noluntu kwenziwa ezonantsika ke ezoziphakamiso. Le ngxoxo sizaba nayo ngoku sizayiphosa kuni, siyavana bethuna, ukuthi nantoni na asifuni uthi kuni nazi izinto ebeziphakamisiwe okanye nazi bezingakhazi phakanyiswe. Sifuna ukuthi umuntu akhululeke uba makaphakamise. Sizayibona thina uba ingena phantsi kwesiphini isihloko ukwenzela into yoba xa sisenza inanzi xa kusenziwa ureport isisiwa kumanqanaba karhulumente ukuthi makwenziwe into ngezo zindululo bayibone ukuthi bona ihamba njani. Kodwa into endifuna ukutsho njengoba bendisho ndithi ndifuna usetha itone ne ndathi pha xa ndishumayelayo ndathi abantu abadlwengulayo soze baye enantsikeni ezulwini wathi lamfo baxelele mfundisi. So eyona ndingamandla ne ndifuna ukuthi one ayonkqubo okanye ayilonqwanqwa loba masikhalaze. Siyavana nabethuna, omnye akhombe omnye ngomnwe esweni, omnye funeka avikele iliso lakhe. Siyayibona laa nto le. akhona amanqwanqwa okanye apho kufanele okanye namathuba okhalaza kodwa eli ngokuthuba lithi masisebenzise le opportunity. Let us use the opportunity. We are here as community, the government is here. Masisebenzise le opportunity size namacebiso size neziphakamiso ukwenzela ukuthi kwenziwe inkqubo ezobheka phambili. Ndathi kulaa mfo ndathi amanxila awasoze angene ezulwini wathi uyaphambana ke ngumfundisi ngabe izulu lakho. So sizawuninika ne siyavana bethuna uba sithe sijonge ntoni sijonga amacebiso umuntu wathi nansi ingxaki esinayo thina nali icebiso endinantsikayo endinalo siyayibona la nto leyo. And then emveni koba ke ngoku nithethile sinike ke ngoku abantu ababalapha bakanantsika bakarhulumente ne abazothi ke ngoku baphendule kwezo zinto. Siyavana? Ndivumeleni ke sithi uba ngabana umuntu mhlambi uza mhlambi abheke ecaleni kwezi zinto besendizibekile ne ngokokude mhlambi kube khona intetho ezirhabaxa nentontoni uyayibona le nto leyo ukwenzela uba sikhuselaneni. Ndivumeleni ukuthi ze sithi ndinikhusele uba ikhona indlela yoba ndimcele uba makangene emxholweni angene nansikeni emxholweni. Niyanivumela senze ngolo hlobo? Yes, ukwenzela ukuba singaphumi apha kukho abantu abonzakeleyo sikrwelane siyayibona la nto leyo kodwa siphume apha sivuya ukuthi sinikwe ithuba lokuthi masithethe and therefore urhulumente nokuhlala bazawusebenzisana babheke phambili. Siyavana? Mandinike kugxa wam ke ngoku ukwenzela into yoba ke ngoku sizawunika ithuba. Ndiyacela babe khona abantu abaphethe inantsika imic abazothi xa umuntu ephakamisile anantsike amnike anantsike athethe. Over to you gxa wam.
Ndizawucela kuni bahlali sizawuthatha abantu abahlanu ngexesha ukwenzela azaphakama izandla ukwenzela sikwazi ukupha ithuba. We're only going to take 5 per time and then sibanike abaphathiswa bethu baze ngaphambili bazophendula. So those who are having the mics, please identify your first 5 and give those people the opportunity to ask or to suggest. Okay. The suggestion that I'm getting, it would work much easier and better if we start on the right, we take 5. In the middle, we take 5. And on this third section on this side, we take another 5. So, but we'll take 5. From that 5, they will come and answer. We move over to the second people, and then they... Okay. So the first 5 from this side. You may proceed, sir.
Iyavakala? Oh, okay. Yeah, ndingumyolisi Magibisela mna. Uzondwa ke inkosi. Ngihlala lapha kwa96. Inye into, I think izinto zimbini zintathu enzazi-highlighter apha. Apha manibulele kokuqala ndanditshilo nangeli xesha kwakuzonikezelwa nge-mobile police station. Ndathi siyayivuyela kakhulu, ne? But there is a challenge esinayo ngoku njengabahlali balapha eMakhaza. Ikwindawo yongxowankulu, the capital property, the private property, ne? Ku Shoprite Center, kubantu abasebenemali, ayisincedi thina singabahlali. Apha kwa 96 sine hall, the community hall. Siyacela ke if mhlambi sinosebenzisa nani isuswe kulandawo izwe kwindawo elapha ngaseholweni kwindawo apho khona umuntu akwazi ungena ngaphakathi eyadini abe safe ngoba phaya kulandawo ngamaxhoba abantu kurojwa abantu ezintwana zithi nje bakumiwe ngapha kwegate kuvaliwe kwiphaya kwi-center le bama ngapha kwegate simaphake ngokufolwe la line kusebusuku ne abavunyelwa bangene ngaphakathi abantu mayisuke ndingavuya kayinothi mhlawumbe sithi siphuma apha kube kusithwa kule veki iphele ilapha apha eholweni bhetele kwindawo yokuvulwa 24 hours. Then also ingase ingapheleli kwi-mobile because i-mobile ziyabekwa ibe ngumlibe lowo. Makokhiwe i-police station kule ndawo ibifanele ikuyo. So uminister ingase ayiphushe kakhulu londo ikhawuleze yenze because i-police station yalapha yayifanele kudala yokhiwayo. Esekusiza i-mobile njena but sayamkela ke mobile but I think ngoku abahlali kuzafuneka kubajonga ukuthi i-time frame lena ye-police station iza kukhiwa nini structure AC then ndiyabulela.
Oh okay mandibulise nami ngithethe elithuba igaba lami ndinguMavis kaMphulu ndingumamgcina isiduko andizukuya kule ndawo thutha nguMadiba sendibucovered kule ndawo ayithethayo ba la police station la ndawo ikuyo iyasibetha ngoba kuyavalwa esenta ngo6 abantu balengalenga eciwe xa bafuna ucertify abakwazi ungena pha kanti ke ngapha eholweni kukho iyadi kuvulwe apha 24/7 naku apho ndiyakhona kwesibini thina sinengxaki police station yaseMakhaza sifuna yakhiwe kulandawo ikuyo sicela ipolice station yethu eMakhaza siyasokola xa siye eHarare because le njenivala nje usokunqamleka lenga kwelacinga ebusuku siya eHarare ngabamelwane bethu ke abaya impatho sozifane neyakokwenu xa uye next door next door eHarare silengalenga eHarare ngoku kuthiwe kucime umbane ngeload shedding abavuli bafaka amaqhaga eminyango ngemanzeni kaJune besiphasi komama abathathu siyele ingxaki yabantwana abancinci abalwa estratweni abangamantombazana bamka nevena seHarare salandelela singomama samaphandle amapolisa seHarare azivalele ngaphakathi athi load shedding umbuzo wethu singomama sibuza ba xa nizivalele phakathi ninemipu ezinqeni yestate thina sime phandle silinde kude kuphele load shedding eHarare up to 10 o'clock sime phandle silinde bavule pha sizongena asikho riski thina yofa sise police station bathi xa nemipu bona ngaphakathi boyiko tsotsi benemipu bona thina sinamipu sizawubulawa sizawureyithwa singomama sime phandle then ngoJune end of June eHarare police station basihoya emva ke load shedding basivulela uthi umbuzo wami utheni ningena generator nodlula ngoPep no Shoprite bane generators once load shedding yaqalisa izasebenza ivenkile kodwa police station eHarare kwathiwa akho generator savalelwa phandle ndathi mina xa sendime ndathi sizawuza nocele lo wenu akasixele uthengani kodwa iza naye namhlanje ke ndosuku yelo ngawundiyele eHarare yondibuzele eHarare kutheni bela generator kula police station yenkosi.
One, two.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to greet all the officials. All the officials I'd like to greet, and the minister, and whoever, all of us. I've got this question for the police minister. We are doing patrol now for 3 months in Makulu Street and in Kepu Street, and I don't know the other street's name. But we are from the 32 section. What happens now, We don't have even a jacket, a warm jacket. We does not even have a yellow jacket that people can see us from a distance. Because sometimes when the electric go down, it's load shedding, then the people can't see us. And it's worried because it is very dangerous. It's a dangerous situation that we are in now. So I would like to know and ask, please, people, if you just can please help us out to give us the yellow jackets, some safety boots, because sometimes it's raining also. Then from us, we doesn't even have nice shoes or nice boots to wear during the water because we does not stand on one place. We are moving around. Thank you, thank you.
Bandibulise kokuqala kwi-leaders ezilapha ngaphambili nakuminister uBhekicele usihlalo we-KDF nazo zonke i-stakeholders ezikhona lapha ngaphakathi. Njengoba minister ndiphakama ndizawuthetha nje ndiphakanyiswa ukukhathazeka. Ukukhathazeka kwami koku asisakhuselekanga kwindawo esihlala kuzo, especially apha emakhaya. Sithi sizibona izinto ezenzekayo kube nzima kuthi ukuziripota. Zakwenza umzekelo oyi-1. Zawumxolela inkokheli lento ndizayithetha apha ngaphakathi nabahlali ngokubanzi bayive ipain endikuyo. Bendisebenza apha erenkini. Phaya erenkini including ukansila uyayazi. Ndikhutshwe zisikoli phaya. Ngangaphandle komsebenzi wami. Xa ndizama uqonda kuthiwa hayi mayingathethwa loo nto le ndisayine icontract. Phaya etaxi rank uExio khokhela. Ndenza umsebenzi we-civil engineering. Pha umsebenzi wami uapproviwe i-residential engineer ephaya. But ngenxaba ndoyika ibullet ezawungena kum apha enhloko. Ndandisilwa ndilwela uMzantsi Afrika mna bamawukhululeke. Andingomntu nje mna. Ndijike ndiphume kakubi emsebenzini ndinabantwana nenkosikazi. Abantwana bam abatyi ngoku. Ndivelele uba elivalelweni mna. For 19 years. Ndigwetyiwe. Ndizama ukuzenzela ifreedom yam apha because kwa umbutho lo mkhulu khoyo ndikuwo andikayilahli i-ANC. But sabhitreywa ngumbutho wethu singabanye abantu. Namhlanje ndizamela ukuphila. Ndikutheni songa mna. Acela minister ezi zikoli zilapha phakathi kwethu ziyaziwa. Makwenzeke something ngayo loo nto leyo. Apha singabanye abantu, we've been trained. We've been trained. Through struggle. But namhlanje kuyalityala ukuthi aba bantu aba bahleli kwezi communities ayingobantu nje. Respecte umthetho. We don't want to strike back to the criminals. But if I'm tired, I'm gonna strike back. I'm gonna strike back to the criminals. Mna. Tunguthemba kahela mna. Ongo phapha cendana. Inkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu enkosi kakhulu siyabulela ne. Le nantsika le session bahlali yeyenu ne. Yeyenu so masimamelaneni ne siyavana. Masimamelaneni okunye futhi ndiyayazi ba ngamanye amaxesha siba nehlombe umuntu xa ethetha enye into uyaqonda. Kodwa ingase singaphumi kumxholo wale session. Siyavana bethuna. Siyayazi ukuthi abantu zikhona indawo apho bakruneke khona. Kodwa eyona ningamandla ngoku sifuna ukuncedisana sifumane isisombululo. Siyavana bethuna kuloo ndawo ne. Okunye futhi sincedisane nangexesha kwenzela uba kuthethe noko abantu abaliqela umuntu athethe nje kancinci kwenzele sinike nabanye nansi kithuba ne enkosi kakhulu.
Molweni. Molweni. Igama lami nguSibusiso, ndisuka kwaWard 93. Ndibulisa umphathi wamapolisa nabantu nabo, including iKDF. Ndibona no Arnold apha, MEC wase Western Cape, naye umbuzo wami isikakhulu uyapha kuye okanye nje ibisisiphakamiso. City, Mr. Arnold, the city of Cape Town is actually not providing or does not have enough funds to assist in terms of shacks that burn down. That is always the case. I think that you should look into that matter because half of Khayelitsha, not even half of Khayelitsha, 80% of Khayelitsha is made of shacks. Most of the people should it be that there is an event of fire, you will find that they will go to a city, they will be told that there is no funds. And people are left homeless. How is that possible? How is that the city is not providing its citizen? Because if now you're going to say you don't have funds to assist the people that are living in shacks, which is Tina Banabamnyama, and then I'm not being racist in any manner. 20% is going to be colored people living in their RDP houses. 80% is going to be people that is living in shacks. It means you don't have you're not accommodating Abanabamnyama. I think you should look into that matter. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu. And dinesiphakamiso. Dicela umuntu xa esiza nesikhalazo sakhe or isuggestion yakhe achaze igama lakhe. Okwesibini, umuntu onesikhalazo oye wafumana into yokubana ngaba akakhange ahoyeke sisikhululo samapolisa okanye ngamapolisa kwindawo ahlala kuyo, ikhona idesika engesemva apho khona kuthathwa khona ii-complaints zenu. So uba singamoshi ixesha ngezikhalazo, ningaya quietly at the back, niza kuncedwa bakhona abantu abathatha izinto zenu phayana noku-inquirisha into yokubana ngaba ungancedakala kanjani okanye awukhange uncedakala kwisikhululo sakho ngokuba bekutheni. Enkosi kakhulu. Ngoku sizawuza apha esiphakathini, ndicela abantu abahlanu. Abantu abane-mics ndicela badistribute ii-mics kumntu wokuqala okanye i-mic kumntu wokuqala. Sithatha 5 nalapha ne.
Enkosi, igama lam ndinguneliswa wakwaBomvana, ndiyi-chairperson Ikwezi Park Neighborhood Watch kwaWard 18. Isiphakamiso sam sesokuba ngaba i-Neighborhood Watch at least must be recognized. Umsebenzi abawenzayo ungapha komsebenzi wobupolisa. Ngamapolisa sekuseni, emini, ebusuku. And it's dominated by women. Ndiyavuya xa ndisiva apha kukho ne-youth desk. I-visibility yazo engabonakali ekuhlaleni xa sibafunayo, because xa ujongile apha abantu abamele i-Neighborhood Watch ngabantu abadala, which is 35 and above. But when it comes kuthiwa kuziwa kwengqesho nifuna u-18 to 35 years. What about aba bantu bashiya abantwana babo ngemva baphume bayojonga ii-communities zabo because befuna peace? We are ears and eyes of i-community zethu kuba sithanda ukuba ngaba sibone indlela ekusetyenzwa ngayo kunye ne-peace. Uba ngaba besingekho izinto ezininzi ngezisenzeka ngaphezulu basenzeka. Siya intimidate, asina training, asina stipend. Siyathukwa kuthiwa hambani nokwenza izinto zenu nobona uba nawuphelelaphi. Because kaloku kuthiwa le nto siyenzayo abayiboni uba ngaba iyaphi, although xa besazi uba banengxaki endaweni ethile we need uba ngaba sibe khona sihambe siyowungenelela. Ibuhlungu imeko i-neighborhood watch zase-Western Cape eziphila phantsi kwayo. Ikhona istatement esiphumileyo izolo phantsi ko-PJ Smith. Apho kuzawukhutshwa imali engange 5.6 million for i-patrol. But isebuhlungu because isakhutshwa under our councillors. I-councillors azikho kule nto. We having i-mother board ebizwa njenge-CPF, which we want them to be recognized because ngaba abantu abasikhokhelayo, ngaba bayazi inhlungu yethu, silapha nje kungenxa yabo. We are not here because of i-councillors. I-politics aside when it comes kwizinto zokuhlala ne-crime because isi-affecta xa sisonke. When it comes izinto ziya kwi-councillors, i-councillors zikhetha abantu aba-attached kubo. Ubuyaphikisa usazufumana nto. We need intervention from kwi-upper structures, including u-docs. There must be indlela ezakwazi uba kusetyenziswane ngayo, enkosi.
Molweni, igama lam ndingufuneka wakwaMpetha, ndingu-Deputy Secretary we-Khayelitsha Development Forum. Mna ndifuna nje ukulandelela. Apha ngo-2013, i-Western Cape government yaza nento ethi bafuna i-Commission of Inquiry. Because amapolisa ase-Western Cape awasebenzi. There was imali that was spent 5.5 million to run that commission that was led by Bawo Upikoli. In that commission, there were recommendations as ayezenziwa. One of the recommendations was the issue of kwindawo esihlala kuzo kukho zitrato, kwindawo esihlala kuzo akho zinambari zezindlu, kwindawo esihlala kuzo sihlala ebugxwayibeni. Now le mbizo yanamhlanje bendicinga bana sizolandelela ezo zinto, Minister, and bendicinga nyhani bazaba lapha bonke. The local government, the Western Cape government, and yourself, so that sikwazi ukulocate as recommendations ukuthi zistakephi. I think the new MEC of the police must tell us how far are we with those recommendations of that commission, so that we take it from there. Because we will always have all the time as mbizos and talk, but nothing esibonayo that is going forward. We can't blame Minister Ucele. We've been here, he is our friend now. He is always with us. But he can't deal with the issues of local government. Because the issue of roads and addresses, that is placed at the local government. Now, uzosuke Minister of Police ayo address issues of the local government. How? Western Cape, we have talked about the issues of police station and the configuration of local government police. How far are we on that? Kutheni yonke lento safuneka siyithathe sise ku national. Okanye into mana simthanda kakhulu uBhekicele, then by everything Bhekicele that. No, it's not fair. And again, in the last summit that we had, the last one at False Bay, the minister raised it very clear to say, he is approving the neighborhood watch and the CPFs must be looked after. And there was even some money that was closed and told there's this amount of money that these people must be looked after. And I think the only thing that now is left is that the leadership of the CPFs and neighborhood watch should look after that and make sure that these people are looked after. Really, it's cold. Really, they need those jackets. Really, they are assisting us. But the leadership must look after that. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nonzame Sili from Abigail Women's Movement in Kwezi Park. Firstly, Minister, it's good that you came to the area because they cleaned the sewage in the area. It was stinging this morning when we came here, and on our way here, and the people commented, "Yo, Minister Bekona, kucho clean." I'm worried because the schools are opening tomorrow, and we are in this state. Minister, I'm not going to greet, all protocol observe. The lady that spoke there at the back, Uneliswa Bomvana, is my chairperson.
Bendicela uxolo mama. Ubhuti onxibe ikepsi emhlophe ndicela ungaphazamisi. Ndiyacela bhuti, you've got a burning issue, but ndicela into yokubana ngaba ungaphazamisi. Uzohoywa nina apha. Sicela ukuthi sihloniphaneni bethunana. Sicela ubhuti onxibe iskipa esiyelo akhutshelwe ngaphandle uba akakwazi uziphatha. If awukwazi uziphatha, phumela ngaphandle. Ndicela inzolo. Bazali ndicela inzolo. Bazali ndicela inzolo.
As I said, all protocol observed. My name is Nonzame Florence Sili from Abigail Women's Movement up in Khayelitsha, Kwezi Park. The lady that spoke there, the Beguneliswa Bomvana, is my chairperson of the Neighborhood Watch. So I'm also a trained Neighborhood Watch member in my area. As a 60-year-old, as you said, Uneliswa said, most of the people that are involved in the Neighborhood Watch are elderly people. I'm also one of the elders, Minister, proudly saying that I'm a Neighborhood Watch member. Every morning I escort my son to the station, and then I see the Neighborhood Watch standing there. But unfortunately, we don't have resources. But I am proudly a Neighborhood Watch member, trained by Department of Community Safety many, many years back. And I was also part of the team before Utata. And I'm happy that Utata of Community Safety is here because there's a lot of things that was raised at Falls Bay College and you were not there. I'm happy that you stayed so that you can listen to all the programs that was there before and that we need in the area. Chairperson where KDF mentioned about something that all the NGOs in the area, they just there for ticky box. Our organization, Chairperson, where KDF, and you know us, my director always said we are not here about ticking boxes. We cannot tick box, and that's irreality I was speaking about. I'm one of the people that was elected on the steering committee, and we want to assure you, Chairperson with KDF, we're going to work very hard at street level because we need this. I'm not going to complain. We've got many complaints, but I'm not going to complain with the neighborhood that's active in my community. We're going to work at street level to see that GBV is not going to happen. GBV is not going to happen at street level. And we need more centers. Like we have Unongeba Apa, and we don't know how many do we have. And I think we've got these beautiful ladies, part of the steering. Can you guys stand up, Mfundis? Can all the people please that was elected at the GBV, please stand up so that we can see, because no excuse, man, no excuse. Okay. No excuse. They are doing a beautiful job. Even Umfundis, Luana, Ukula, they are doing a good job on gender-based violence. We need more otata abakwazi ukuba part of breaking this circle that's happening. Because on the radio they said the other day, we carry our kids for 9 months. We raise them for 18 years. We give them otata for 3 years. 3 months, what does that speak? 9 months, we carry them for 9 months. We raise them for 18 years. 3 months, we give them to otata. 3 weeks, we give them to otata. Otata bazayazi ukuthi, what do I mean by that? With help with Umamukoti of the Women Desk, Yaga KDF, we want to assure you, and we will come back to you, chairperson of KDF, so that we see all these programs is happening. And I'm happy that UCCSCT, we must stop putting politics together with fighting crime. Let's not put politics together with crime. Let's put crime aside. And when we politic, then we're going to say, no, now I'm putting my cap on of a political party. I'm putting on a cap of this party. But when it comes to crime, let's not politicize crime. And Tata, where neighbor, where community safety, please bring back all the programs that we had. Bring back the programs, and we are going to come to your office and come and sit down with you and bring back the holiday programs. We had about holiday program now for 2 weeks. Our organization, with no money, we catered for 170 kids. The streets were quiet party for the last 2 weeks. It's only last week, since they're going back to school this week, that we didn't. So we want those programs. We're going to come to your office. Thank you.
Ndicela inzolo bazali.
Ndinguthando kaSidinana, ndihlala lapha kwa-ward 96.
Xolo bhuti wam, xolo before uthethe. Ndicela inzolo bethunana ukwenzela singaprolongi ixesha. Uba nje singamamelana kakuhle, umuntu abe nexesha lokuthetha eli-enough, but ungadweli kakhulu ukwenzela into yokubana ngaba nabanye bazokwazi ukufumana i-chance.
Enkosi kakhulu. I'm happy when you raise that time. Ndinguthando kaSidinana, minister from Abemakhasi. Mine is these solutions towards the problem that the police has. Ne? Solution yokuqala inje. If we throw it back to 10 years ago, to 15 years ago, then garden attend imbizo, didlala, dimncinci. Kumane kuthethwa ngepolice station yasemakhasi. Kubekwa ne-time frame. Now, my suggestion get to a solution a police station yasemakhasi. Lembizo must then for appoint a steering committee. Esalapha esizawusebenza no provincial commission, because a false pay uminister uthe provincial commission is handling into yento police station yasemakhasi. Now silapha nangu provincial commission sizi stakeholders, therefore le apha I suggestion yokuqala steering committee for police station yalapha emakhasi. La esa steering committee sisebenze hand in hand ne provincial committee to report phi ebahlalini basemakhasa. That is the solution number 1. Solution number 2, eBheki they say there is a new national chairperson, youth desk, crime. The time they seen a summit, a false pay, there was no youth desk. Now Londole, there is a missing summit that is needed for young people to speak around the resolution that were taken at Japan. Now we are calling the minister through the chairperson, to the seat of the chairperson, the national chairperson, to have a 3-day summit, a youth around the crime prevention. That summit will also address, as point Z5 is Mrs. Bega Abba Setangas. So we are calling for that summit to be taken at least before 2 months. There's still a budget for that. Any solution is that there is a program around facilities. Imakaza has an issue of youth center, a COYO that is not supported by government. Ilapa ko 43 minister. If we apply, youth center is vandalized. Why is vandalized? The previous administration, from province, they allocated yanezi ne gym nento zonke. Because kule absence COYO a police station, we are going to suggest to you, ministers, to say, Kabususa la mobile van, we say Glanda in a youth center corner, so that abantu abatsha who are not able to go and submit forms zabo for ama police, bakwazi ushiya a youth center. Leya youth center izoba functional, izokwazi ba ne budget. Because ngoku ihleli phaya akho budget for yona. So we are saying ngesicela imini police minister baz allocatele yona kwenzele bazokwazi ufund ifunds zayo. Eyokugqibela ke minister, I'm saying it again. Siyacela ke minister, nyanyani, we are pleading with you because in the past 15 years, the police station ibingekho. Please, before you leave here, masibe ne steering committee esizawujongana ne police station yasemakhasi. Enkosi.
Enkosi bhuti. Sithatha okugqibela apha. Sithatha okugqibela. Uxolo tatam ndizawucela ukhwelele ubhuti lowa usemva. I think baqale ba-identify yena, then kwisi round yesibini sizawubuya ngawo uzaba ngumuntu oqala kule section.
Inobalilizwi lami liphansi. Mandibulise kuminister. Protocol all observed. Igama lami ndinguloyiso ngowa kwaMbilane ifani ndikhokhele inqwanqwa lezophuhliso kubantu abatsha apha kwa Ward 96. Zimbini nje qha into endifuna uthetha phansi kwazo minister. Inezimashezi ba le imbizo siphathelwe licandelo la kwa South African Police Service, but then apho ndifuna uqala khona wena minister start. We cannot underlook umgama ohanjwe ngurhulumente ever since sangena kwi lizwe lenkululeko. But at the very same time, i-backlog ekhoyo kwi-service delivery in particular, in fact almost across zonke ezi government departments, is kind of worrisome. Because Minister of Finance sometime 2 weeks back, if not a week back, Godogwana, uthetha ngomcimbi wokuqhwalela ukuziswa kwenkonzo eluntwini. I-detailed report yakhe uthi out of omasipala esinabo eMzantsi Afrika uninzi lwabo luya underperform. As a result, kubuyiselwa imali ku-national treasurer almost every financial year, and yet inkonzo yeyona nto abantu bakuthi abakhala ngayo. Andizuku overemphasize ke minister kulo mcimbi ngathi uyavezwa aphuthisa ibunzi we-police station, because if uyayijonga iKhayelitsha at large, you probably have 12 or 11 areas owners eKhayelitsha. But then we have a fully fledged police station ezintathu. And then ube service police station. Now lanto yaqala ke ngokuba as a police station unazo zintathu. Une resources ezoba overstretched. Because uzaba ne police station ezintathu, A1 ProPlub is catering for areas eziyi-3. Now lanto yaqala ba awazukwazi amapolisa at on material times afike kwindawo yesahlo singekabe kanti siyenzeka isehlo, but then sizoba namapolisa azoba reactionary at all material times. As a result, ufumanise ba kunabantu abazi-repetitive perpetrators abazwayo isociety abangenayo baphume on the basis that ii-cases zabo khange zikwazi ukuphandwa up to the depth. So ndifuna uphakamisa lento ye-police station minister that mayingabi into singathi simane sibhekelisa pha to an extent that sibe ne-20 years yonke oko sixoxe into ye-police station. It cannot be correct loo nto leyo. Ngokomgaqo siseko waseMzantsi Afrika, uchapter 2 we-Bill of Rights in particular section 12, uthi everyone unelungelo kwinkululeko nekhuseleko. Now, xa sisithi everyone, asikwazi therefore uba sibe ne-areas ufumanise uba xa usuke eCape Town area to area there's a police station, but kule ndawo ubona uba infiltrated ngabantu and kulapho lenzeka khona uzinga lwezophulomthetho kune-police station limited as they are. Na anomaliseke wena minister, abantu basemakhaza in particular ba-discipline kakhulu. But discipline to an extent that ngoku sebebona ba noko ngibifama siyaphakama ke sithi uhulumende uthulele ntoni sichabalala nje baphinde bathi xa kuze ominister bathi sizawuthula simamele ba uminister sokwenza ntoni. Asifuni ke minister ungena apha namhlanje kule imbizo uresponde wenze izithembiso because of uphambi kwethu ngoku and then iphinde bese izithembiso ezo zi-20 years siphinde simamele omnye minister again. The issue of police station is an issue that must be prioritized. Not if financial year budget 2023-2024, but then rather city ngoku there is the need ba bakoki police station noba ngabana zi 3 or 4 apha eKhayelitsha. Enkosi minister.
Enkosi bhuti wami. Ngoku siza kwelicala lingapha. Zawuthatha abantu abahlanu apha. Bendicela abantu abane mics. Ngicela inzolo bakwethu.
Nothing about us without us. Igama lam ndinguzwele Nkosi wakwaNgidi. Ndingu-chairperson kwi-NPO at Fighting for the Right of People with Disabilities. Mphathiswa nezinye i-department ndicela ukuphuma kwelwimi lasemzini ndithanda eli lam because it's another disability bandithetha ulwimi ongalilo lwam. Mphathiswa ndikuphathisa lo mphako ndiphinde futhi ndiphathise nezinye i-department lo mphako. We are not animal, we are people like another people. I-stakeholders abantu abakhubazekileyo si-stakeholder esikhulu esibizwa nge-disability apho kuxoxwa khona kufanele sibe khona naso. Siphinde mphathiswa sithi singabantu abane-disability sikhathele kukujoyinwa yi-disability eyenziwa yi-crime. Sikhathele yi-disability eyenziwa yi-crime kunye ne-carelessness. Akukho mnandi ukuhlala esitulweni, akukho mnandi ukuhamba ngentonga, akukho mnandi ukuba yi-blind, akukho mnandi ukuba yi-deaf. Mphathiswa kukhona ingxaki ekhona kuzo zonke izikhululo zamaphoyisa ziphelele. Sicela nihambe niyotreyina amaphoyisa akwazi ukuthetha i-sign language. Kukhona i-case ze-rape, ze-abuse yomntu o-deaf engathathwayo kuze kube yi-careless, kube yi-common case because interpretation between umntu lo kunye nomntu lo ingavakali ichithe i-judgment. Sicela kube khona abantu abenza i-brain. Umniniyo lo ovule i-case aze akwazi ukuyifunda uba ithini naye. Umphako endiwuphathise disability uthi siwillingi ukusebenzisana nokunika amaphoyisa our own intelligent. Ndifuna ukubuyisa nithi Rifa. Utata uThambo wayine-stroke ene-disability kodwa wakwazi ukuphatha i-country bengambhekanga abanye abantu. Ake nike i-disability yenze their own intelligent nibone uba kuzoba njani emphakathini. Ndiphinde behalf of disability because police forum isebenza kakhulu kubantu abaphila nokhubazeka because iyagijima ezindlini. Amaphoyisa abe maxasethu pha kuncediswana. Ithi ke lento mphathiswa ndicela uxoxisane ne-private sector as whole ezikhona kulo ndawo zinike ababantu izstipends basebenza umsebenzi omkhulu manje xa izofa umuntu engazuxola nto kodwa sebenzela ikhantri. Ithi ke ndiyaxolisa ukulibiza elagama uzonigweba mphathiswa kuthiwa mangalibiza isibongo sakho le kwanyuso ndithi ke umagama enkosi.
Molweni manibulise uminister manibulise uceba wethu ngaphakathi eholweni ndibulise uminister wamapolisa ndibulise konke ukuhlala okulapha ndingumama uDzedze ke uchairperson we-ward forum yalapha kwa-96 phansi koba undithini. Ndifuna ugxininisa kule ndawo ye-police station apha ewadini ekwakudala kwathethwa ngayo. I-police station eyayike uba ufikile ngobe nguminister sabizwa ezimithingini kwathiwa nanso idibene nento yaseWynberg Ntontoni. Ndifuna ugxininisa kuyo minister le police station yalapha ewadini nakanjani mayize siyaphela. Ndifuna ukuthi minister sicela ikhamera ingakumbi ezitratweni esihlala kuzo ezimnyama ikhamera nasezikolweni apho kufunda khona abantwana bethu ingaske kubekho ikhamera ngoba abantwana bethu bathengiselwa eziziyobisi phangaphandle bazifihle xa kuba kungekho nto zoba jonga bawine ke bangene nazo babetho miss eziklasini. Yo oxolweni bayanikorekisha bayanibhudisa. Eyogqibela minister singomama abagcina abantwana siyaqhekezelwa kwezikritshana zethu zingabalekanga kuthathwe nale papa ubuyozicelela yona ibiwe zezizikoli uthi ngoku busowuthenge nalo bhakla siqhekezwe izinto uyivula icase ungayazi iphelelepi ngoba kaloku nawe subungamazi nomuntu oqhekezileyo. Okogqibela sicela nyani neighborhood watch sihoywe singabahlali ziyasebenza i-neighborhood watch kanje babezithethele ngokwabo loo nto ibimele biphuma apha kuthi thina abahlali ngoba siyazibona ziyasebenza bayazivolontiya ezikolweni zabantwana bethu bayomapha ezigeyithini bangamaxhoba ngoba kaloku bayafungelwa nangaba bantwana. Siyacela bethunana kubekho istipend for bona bazokwazi ubeka into phezu kwetafile.
Okay molweni kunombulelo stofile luthethayo yilepha uDuwash kamasincedane ndiyayibulela ke lemini yanamhlanje sesikwazi basibone ke ngoku nomuntu wethu ubheka isicele okanye ngokumbona kwethu kuzotsho kube right. Sipatrola kabuhlungu eSIT izikoli zihamba nathi ngomgca amapolisa masithi siyawabiza athi amapolisa wezingo kabengezi sibe isikoli thina sisibambile asijongwa kakubi ke ngoku ngesasikoli ngendaba yamapolisa. Siyacela ke ngoku phaya eSIT ke sibe nayo nathi ipolice station ewe sinawo amapolisa phaya agadileyo phaya ento kwaShoprite kodwa lamapolisa kwaShoprite ahamba phange past 4 and ela xesha hamba ngalelo past 4 kuse-early abantu bonke abaripota baripota ukuthi thina siyilebhawudi wash. Ngoku ndiyacela ndiyakhathazwa yilaa nto ithethwa ngulaa mama nyani thina siyilebhawudi wash yonke ilebhawudi wash sithathe umsebenzi wamapolisa amapolisa siwabiza jika ngezukuthi and amapolisa ayapeya sibe thina singapeyi nathi ngoku siyacela ke sifane namapolisa nathi ngoku siyacela ke sifane namapolisa la sithatha umsebenzi wawo ke sitsho sipeye siyasaqhathwa apha le bawudwash kwathiwa apha abantwana bethu bazangena kwi-law enforcement asayazi loo nto ibiphelele phi na caba ngoku sawusebenza kulele bawudwash side sife ndineminyaka 2 ngoku ndipeya ipensheni kodwa kho nto siyifumanayo abantwana bethu abafuna upatrol kuba kaloku boyika le nto amapolisa siyacela bheka icele mntasekhawuzi ukuthethe nawo ma-akhe asihoye siyile bawudwash kuba sihoyekanga siyahamba siyapatrola pha ngo-5 masifika kule ndawo sihlala kuyo akho nethi esiyifumanayo akho nomntu osicingela uba hayi masikhe silahlele kwaba bantu aba bantu badala kangaka abazinjambhenqa bakhona ukutya nathi ke ngoku phaa esayithi siyacela bheka icele khe sibe nayo into yamapolisa nathi phaa kuba ngoku iiteksi zinyukile asikwazi ngoku usuka phaa sibheke eside B i-R30 asinazo siyacela mntana sekhaya masihoye ile bawudwashi ayihoyelwanga ntweni into enzekayo njeni uba kufika abantu bafuna ukhatshwa siyahamba siyothatha uba sikhaphe oba bantu singafumani nento masikhe sihoyeke ngoku kwakuthiwa ngoJulayi izinto zizawukwenzeka zonke noko makuthe phela uJulayi sibe thina sipeya siyile bawudwash yonke ile bawudwash okay
Molweni, enkosi, molweni, ndingunolthando Siyo, ndisuka eKhayelitsha, eside B. Apho ndisuka khona, andizuthetha nge-neighborhood watch ngoku. Ndizawuthetha ngomntana omncinci, kuba le nto isuka phaa ezantsi. Tata, ndiyavuya uba ulapha. Abantwana ezikolweni batshaya intsangu. Abantwana esikolweni njengoba siphayana nje simane siyobakroba. Iitoilet zabo zigcwele intsango, zigcwele iipilisi, zigcwele yonke into eyenziwa ngabantwana. Loo nto ibangelwa yintoni mna xa ndithi ucinga? Ndicinga ibangelwa yinto kokuba usuka esikolweni ubheke e-library ufike e-library i-library jonga e-side C i-library se-side C uzawuwera istish ubheke e-side C i-library e-side B ayikho ngumntana ka-grade 2 funeka abheke e-library ayosetsha into yesikolo ayinikwe esikolweni ayoyisetsha e-side C uwela isiporo uwela indlela ibridge udibana nezihange endleleni bayalahleka abantwana bayathathwa abantwana kukhalwe ngantoni neighborhood watch uphi. Number 2, sibuhlungu tata sizi neighborhood watch siqale abantwana bethu ezikolweni zange bayifumani iCovid babhubha otishala babashiya abantwana bethu sibakhusele besivuka ekuseni namhlanje xa kuthiwa kuyapeywa kuthiwa walking bus leyo ingekhoyo walking bus leyo ingekhoyo ngaphakathi ihlala ngaphandle ifika ihlala egeyithini iphume egeyithini igoduke iyophunga ikofu uneighborhood watch uzawuvuka ngo-7 ibheke esikolweni imlinde umntana aphume esikolweni amkhapha goduke kodwa xa kuthiwa yimali kuthiwa walking bus kha kuyasithathela laa mali phaa kwi-walking bus ipeywa zii-walking bus ukuyizise kwi-neighborhood watch. Number 3, uzisa le mali kwi-neighborhood watch siyacela into kokuba mazibe accredited i-neighborhood watch and nizijonge ezi-accredited nezingekho accredited kuba kaloku uthi usiza umsebenzi kwi-neighborhood watch kuyothathwa ekuhlaleni umuntu ongakhange enze fingerprint umuntu ongakhange enze kwanto umuntu ongakhange enze fingerprint kuba kaloku kuthi u-neighborhood watch mazifakwe i-fingerprint zihlaziwe zibone into kokuba ziklini na kodwa xa kufika umsebenzi kuthathwa abantu abangehlaziwanga uba benziwe loo nto benziwe yona kodwa ke tata ndithi mna ngoku umphako endikunika wona ndiyacela into kokuba ujonge uthethe no-enji akafake abantu abazawugada abantwana phaa kwezaa toilet abazawupeya kuba kumnandanga uthukwa ngabantwana phayana. Charity begins at home. Enkosi.
Sicela inzolo bazali. Bazali sicela inzolo.
Igama lam ndingu Akhona kaMakoba. I'm the chairperson of the ANC Youth League Award 96 kule branch. Minister, le nto apha ibuhlungu ikhona comrade minister is that unguminister kwangoku kodwa uzawuphuma ibe le police station manokusithiwa nantsapha nantsapha. Nantso nto apha ibuhlungu ikhona ngoba le police station xa isekhiwayo ipolice station elapha eMakhaza yakhiwa izawunza ikhuseleko ebantwini abakhoyo balapha ekuhlaleni. Iphinde le police station xa isenziwa minister izawuncedisana nabantu abahlala apha in terms of abantu abatsha abangaphangeliyo, in terms of abantu abakhoyo around the society abane-businesses. Le nto le police station minister mayingayekwa imane ibhekeliswa. Uzawuphuma wena as a minister ungena omnye minister iphinde le process iqale eqaleni. Yacela minister in behalf of abantu abatsha le police station mayakhiwe lapha eMakhaza ngoba le police station kwakhiwa kwayo amathuba azaba khona abantu abatsha bazawuphangela. Ithethe ukuthi loo nto xa bephangelayo into ilwisana nezinto ezimbi ezenzekayo ekuhlaleni. Abantu abatsha bekwezinye imeko zezinye zezinto apha ekuhlaleni kuba umuntu ebona uba akho nto ikhoyo emva kowabo endaphe esenza isigqibo esingancedisa naye. So minister, please minister, ngoku usekhona as a minister apho ungekatshintshwa minister, suyibhekelisa le nto le police station mayeze eMakhaza ebantwini bayo. Ndiyabulela.
Mandibulise nami.
Ndiyabulisa ne. Ndinguzoliswa yaphi. Ndingumzali. Ndi-CPF yase side B, PRO, but ndithetha on behalf of umntana wam. Umntana wam minister. Last year uye wadutyulwa kwi-incident eyayenzeka eGreen Point. Then kule incident eyenzeka eGreen Point umntanam uyo-assista umfana owayetshayiselwa imoto. Then uhamba nalaa mfana njengoba ehamba nalaa mfana nje into eyenzekileyo kuye kunomfana phaa ophume kwenye imoto wayecimba fanuba xa ethetha kuyile nto kwii-friends zomntanam into yobana yena wayengamazi uhamba nee-friends. Then umntanam unawo ama-witness ngale mina adutyulwa ngayo yayi-26 kaOktobha last year. Umntanam yi-former teacher eMasile Sizwe yaphi. Then into eyenzekayo kuye wadutyulwa nguloo mfana. Udutyulwa kwakhe nguloo mfana ikheyisi istartile last year. I think enyangeni eyi-1 bimiswa nabakathathu. Till now, last month on the 22nd besiphana okimiswa la case. La mfana unalo igqwetha. but ke ngoku iproblem endinayo endihlukumeza every month ngumcimbi wento yobana le case iyamiswa mna ndiyahlukumezeka laa mfana unalo igqwetha ithini imeko yam mna because even nangoku this week on the 21st uyaxoxa laa mfana isenomisa icase isenochithwa but I'm not feeling well into eyenzekayo kwiKhayelitsha court ndiphelile apha.
Enkosi kakhulu.
Mandibulise minister.
Enkosi kakhulu uxolo tata uxolo.
Ndiyabulisa bethu ndikumathunda mna kwapha kwa-195 sizawuyacalanye sizawuba ngathi siyacalanye xa sijonge kwamanzi.
Uxolo tata. Masingayimoshini iprogram yethu. Ndithe ndicela 555 ne? So ngoku i5 yangapha siyigqibile. Sicela sibuyele ngapha.
Yes.
Bazali, what I'm doing apha. Ndiyacela bazali. As abantu bephakama I am noting umuntu wesingapho
Uyadinga. Mandicela uxolo ke mama. Mandixolise kakhulu ndiyaqonda ngokugqibela. Mr. Minister. Sawuba ngathi siyacalanye. Ithe zokuqala besithetha apha besipha ekonini. Besithetha ngesisitishi. Esilapha emva kwami ngoku siqinisisa loo nto naso. Abantu balapha emakhaya ke minister bafuna ukuzidla ngawe. Ze kuthi kuyo yonke leminyaka bahlala belinde isisitishi singade sakhiwe. Sibe nokwakhiwa. Okubana ngaba lento isemandleni akho Mr. Minister. Siyacela ngayitshale lento ize ebantwini. Sifuna ukuzidla ngawe sithi ngexesha lika Minister Bhekicele saba khona isitishi yaba kuyena minister wakwanyaniseka kubantu balapha eKhayelitsha emakhaya. Sifuna isitishi esikhuselekileyo.
Cela inzolo bazali.
Ebantwini umdla mncinci ebantwini uzosebenza apha ezilokishini ngenxa yesimo sokulinyazwa kwe-police stations nokukhuthuzwa yonke loo nto leyo. Sifuna sicela isitishi kukhuseleke namapolisa azabe elapha kweso sitishi. Ininzi esibonayo MP yokubulawa kwamapolisa ngaphakathi. Umdla mncinci ebantwini babamnyama uzosebenza ezilokishini ngenxa yale ngxuba kaxaka yokubulawa kwamapolisa. Siyacela ke minister esi sitishi sizakwakhiwa kukhuseleke amapolisa khona ukuze amapolisa azokwazi ukhusela abantu. Enkosi.
Ndizawucela abazali sibe inzolo. Ndicela inzolo. Kweli cala lingapha kuthethe abantu abayi6 abathandathu. Uxolo bhuti andizukwazi uku-entertainer. Ndicela unike. No bhuti, no. Uyayimosha iprogram yam ndim umuntu odirectayo apha. Uyayimosha bhuti iprogram yam. Ndicela imic ithathwe kubhuti. Ndiyacela tata. Ngokukhulu ukuzithoba ndiyacela. Ndicela imic ithathwe kutata. Kuthethe abantu abathandathu kweli cala. Ukwenza i-equation ibalance zawuthatha umuntu omnye apha phakathi athethe. Emveni kwakhe ndithathe umuntu omnye kweli cala lingapha. Ndicela imic ize apha phakathi for umuntu omnye. Ndicela inzolo bazali.
Hello.
Ngiyabulisa ke minister.
Hayi ndim kaloku tata. Hlala phansi Jambas.
Cela inzolo bazali.
Akukho nobulisa minister nesigqeba sakho. Ndizama nje uphendula ikhwelo likamhlali ngaphambili we-KDF. And I'm sure that everybody in the house wants to hear what is the religion doing about crime. Minister, I'm sure Comrade Leonard Ramatlakane and KDF and the councillors and the community of Khayelitsha as large They know how do we do things in Khayelitsha. As a religious person, I'm from a structure that is called African Religious and Traditional Leaders Council. It is a national structure. I am the president. Ndosi, for the first time, a religion is rolled in Cape Town in the province. Now, what I want to say, I want to give an input or a certain advice to the authorities. In 2008, during xenophobic attacks, we all know that no foreign national was attacked or killed in Khayelitsha. They all ran away because of fear. Because former MEC Leonard and Ibrahim Rasool, KDF, CPF, and Neighborhood Watch and Ubambanani formed a troubleshooting structure. And Minister Ngakula. So every meeting was happening under General Molo. We were there. We were reporting to the police station and the police and to the province, Yamapolisa. So my advice, Chairperson of KDF and the MEC, for me, because now I'm no longer leading in Khayelitsha, I'm leading national. There are many structures that are leading in Khayelitsha. I would advise that Chairperson of KDF form this troubleshooting structure again. That will be active. I'm a man of action. On Friday, Radio Bonele called me. They said there's a problem. I flew from where I was, and the Khayelitsha stood still. On Saturday, the community of Khayelitsha was meeting a training center to refuse the closure of Radio Bonele. Yesterday, Khayelitsha stood still. We are the people of action. I don't like meetings. I don't like talking. Just give me action. Then there will be no crime in Khayelitsha. We can't be controlled by the scholars and gangsters and amaginza. All men, if you are a man enough, let us go back to the old Khayelitsha. We know how to deal with crime. We know how to deal with scholars. We know how to deal with amaparapara. Those that are young, Minister, we gave them uniform to be like those paraparas. And when you hit them, bayezwa is tongas linganingo. Ayingomntana esikolo moslo indoda endala le. We know. Please, KDF, revive that troubleshooting structure. I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you. Sizawuthatha omnye. Xolo tata. Sizawuthatha umuntu omnye kwecala lingapha.
Molweni, manibulise.
Hayibo, hayima.
Ngicela ndibulise beningokuqala sisiwami kwakwaba banikwe beniphakamise kuqala.
Ithini le nto?
Oh, manibulise. Ndingulive ndingowakwadyani. Ndingumngxongo kwisiduko sami. Mna ndirhala uveza into encinci as umuntu omtsha. Zezi challenges sibhekene nazo. Simane sisithi minister. I-problem kakhulu ile lapha kuthi. Uminister ngeza azo-assista but i-problem lele kuthi. One, kune-neighborhood watch kwezi wadi zonke. Ndisuka phaa kwa-90, kwa-ward 90, nam ndingomnye wabantu abatsha kwi-leadership. I-neighborhood watch asoze ibe active, minister, if ever akuna stipend abasinikwa as basebeshini. Okwesibini ngabazali bethu abayagodola. Kunento ke ngihala siyijongeni kakuhle. Siyijongeni kakuhle futhi ngeliswe libukhaya. Umama wami onizala uzawuphuma ineighborhood wathe endishiye endlini. Ubrother wami young brother yami yasendlini yokugqibela ndenza umzekelo lipharapara. Akazuba namandla okulwane la pharapara lingubrother wami xa lithatha la phone yalamntana. Ithi ke into yami ndicela into enye minister. Aba bantu makhe bazanywa abantu bazineighborhood watch azixesha elininji batrainwe. 1 2 banikwe equipment. Ndicela uyineighborhood watch lo muntu uzawulwa nesikrelemnqe esitshaye idrug esiphethe igun i9 or iZ uye ineighborhood watch unxebele reflector iyodwa kanje. Ndicela i-end results zaloo nto zizawuthini. Unale bicycle une reflector unalanda ithole enhloko uya ku brother wami esirhobeni ophethe i9 or iZ endigcwele ubuyithatha apha siyazi. So minister nizaba ngathi kwezi zinto abanye abantu bayafeyila kanti into ilele kwalapha kuthi. Ndiza necebo ke lokuqala. 1 first solution is that can izame ku national because provincial iyasifeyila. We can't run away from that. It's a truth. I-Western Cape province yakhona iyasifeyila. I don't know why. Asifuna ilandelela. Nizame into bana 1 equipment to neighborhood watch incedisana namapolice. 2 can zama abantu abatsha which is youth ibe involved kwezi activities or kwezi neighborhood watch so that we can know we can identify aba bantu or bakwazi nto mhlawumbe ubrother mxa ndibona mna ndisithi gqi kukho le mhlawumbe erobha lo mntu uzaba neentloni because ndiyamazi atsho akwazi uyeka loo nto akwazi ukulandela into ezithathwayo zabantu. Okwesithathu ndicela uKDF bawufaku ndiyakucela tatam ngokuzithoba okukhulu ndiyayazi into yobana awusosahluleki uyazazi zonke ezikona zethu thina abantu batsha ngale ndlela sasikade senza ngayo kodwa khawuzama uprovide aba bantu bakwazi basebenzisane kunye nonantuza namapolisa. It's unfair into yobana kuthiwe i-neighborhood watch abantu abe-neighborhood watch bazosebenzisana namapolisa bengenazinto. Uya kumntu ophethe i-dangerous weapon uhamba ngezandla uzawufika uthini? Uphutha ubomi bakho kwithi high risk uzawufika uthini? Umuntu omtsha ndenza umzekelo ngam ndiyalazi ipharapara lasekhaya xa lizala phaa liphethe i9 ngoni ndingaphethanga ndiba ndizawuthini kuluze lihle andizulibetha ndizawuthetha nalo ngomlomo. Umama akazazi ezilanguage zethu zaphaa esitratweni zee-drugs mhlawumbi uza xa ndisithi kuye ntonto ndiwoshi were atsho alale amamele uba ndithini aqala ndirespecte ndingubhuti wakhe. Itswebhayi ke le nto ifuna ntoni ngoku it's not time to uba kuliwe. Minister alisekho ixesha lolwa ngoku izikrelemnqa zona zilohlula ilizwe masifumeni but asinalo ixesha lolwa. Sinexesha ngolo develop umuntu omtsha umthathe ekoneni umzise endaweni erayithi uye esikolweni ufike bayatshaya ezitoilet akho nto ithi ilwa naye mthatha uhlale nawe uthethe naye. Xa ndizawuyeka nje into encinci yazi last week indawo kuthiwa yinowa phaa eSIP ndifika phaya kunemeeting ekhoyo ye-WIDC ezi ntwana ziyatshaya nisive kakuhle bazali bam esitori sibuhlungu. Ezi ntwana xa zitshaya apha ndifike kuzo ndime azindiboni ndibuze majida nenzani apha bathi hayi sibopha izolo lethu sibethi into bazibeka ii-pools what uthi umbuzo wamajida le nto is-an assistant wenini. Uyayazi into ethethwe ngomnye umntana walapha ko-S ebephakulani uthi bras yayiva le nto uyithethayo uba ayizususa ndawo but sibethwa ziimeko zakumawethu. Okay ezi meko zakumawenu zithini? Bathi imeko athi le ntwana ekhaya umama utshaya itiki. 2 utata useziseleni udonsa iminyaka uyaziwa uba ngubani uthi umbuzo wami yendoda uthi umama kutshaya itiki nilala nje ntoni uthi umama uyayifumana igrant yam uyayithatha igrant kamakhulu kodwa iphela iveki singaboni uba kwenzeni akho grosali ekhaya sithi uze sizotya kulo nowa kufolwa kwethu ukutya ndoda yapeya ewe esikolweni abantu ku-grade 7 so uyafuna uphindele esikolweni yes xa unomfumana umntu lokunceda athi phindele esikolweni ube kanti ungayiyeka loo nto uthi I'm willing. Esikoleni wawuyeka like esikoleni xa umamela bekusenzeka ntoni xa uphaya ube ungatshayanga uthi andikwazi ufocus just because ingqondo yami ikwiproblem yasekhaya andiyikho apha ndiyadicide uyeka. Ezo zinto ke bawufaka into ebala ndithi ndiyakucela kakhulu 1 zii-activities kubantu abatsha sport. 2 ithwebhayi kube kwi-activities zohlala abantu abatsha like oo-CPF bazohlala nathi as youth zewadi kuzanye ufunya abantu basezikoneni kuhlalwe nabo phansi kubuza iproblem yakho umuntu ithwebhayi ba ingasombululeka isombululeka not yonke into ubaba nothathwa kwefowuni minister police okwesithathu minister nesicelo esikhulu enizaphakamisa isandla kuzathiwa ndikwakwa 90 kulo bethetha kwa 90 ndi-youth ndiyacela mani oobhuti bethu nootata bethu aba basebenza nawe aba noko ingathi njengoba sibazi phaa emakhaya bakhona yini kanti ke nibanyusela imali xa nizawuhle nobanze ngu-10% yini basebenza kabuhlungu abantu mhlambe bazawuthi umsebenzi wabo babe active kuwo kodwa nabo ndiyacela makabaye kuyohlala ngeviki eveni elokishini kube ezitishini kukhalo kukho abantu abamangala ndijika macala ngole nto siyanicela please enkosi
Enkosi bhuti wami, enkosi. Ndizawucela nizole bahlali. Ndizawucela nizole. Okulandelayo ngoku ndizawucela uprovincial commissioner wethu aze azokuphendula. Emveni kwakhe uzawulandelwa nguNational Police Commissioner aze aphendule. Emveni kwakhe kulandele uMEC Police Oversight and Community Safety aze azokuphendula. Ndicela bazali uzole uthuleke ukwenzela umyalezo uzokwazi ukufika kakuhle ezindlebeni nasezingqondweni sikwazi ukumamelana. Enkosi.
Inkosi kakhulu baphathi nkqubo. Mandibulise kumphathiswa wamapolisa uGeneral Cele nosekela mphathiswa wamapolisa Tatu Mathala umkomishinala wamapolisa elizweni jikelele uGeneral Masemula ehamba ne-Deputy National Commissioner uLieutenant General Masikili ndi umphathiswa MEC wamapolisa nokujonga uluntu apha eNtshona Koloni uTatu Regan Allen Tata Uramatlakana olapha phakathi kwethu, a former MEC as well, acting secretary, the secretariat olapha phakathi kwethu, chairperson of provincial boards, Miss Francina Lucas is always correcting me, Mrs. Francina Lucas. I think I got it right now. The chairperson of the KDF, Utatun Ditini Chido, the head of the IPIT, Paratugwetu, our stakeholders, Abalapa, Deputy National Commissioner, the head of the provincial DPCI, also Paratugwetu, Abefundisi, the ombudsman, General Radio Olapa, councillors as Lapa. Let me rather say now protocol observed. I will start with the first one, the issue of generator Makaza and Harare. And I need that person because that's not acceptable. Stations have generators, all of them. And if there are no generators, then they must make means. There is no way that we'll close the station. Station is running for 24 hours, but let us know that. Cluster commander will have to investigate that, but we need you to give us more details on that one. That day it was not working, but I'm told that that generator is working. Now, secondly, in about watches, we've asked the station cluster commander to assist them with transport when they are working, and also that there should be patrol sector commanders and other people around them. So we are there to support. Now, we've been given instruction by the minister to say, let us look at how to assist in getting some of the things that you could get. We are working on that, but you must remember, we work for the government. A lot of things that must follow before we get to actual doing of the things. It takes some time, but we are getting there. Ndiyavuya xa kuthiwa kukho a certain GBV desk outside because we need those people. We need to work together because most of the problem is nazo apha eKhayelitsha, GBV crimes. And siyacela ukhona la mfana bethetha emva esithi aba bantu mabancediswe, as if yena is not part of this. Enabled Watch is one of the efforts esizi-acknowledgeayo into yoba ziyasebenza kakhulu. Ingase kubekho more of ulutsha abafana nala mfana bethetha pha emva, angathi aba bantu athi thina sonke. It is our wish that sibone otata nabafana belapha benxibe ezi jackets than only omama. And I hope that we will be getting that all together. Okokugqibela ke kwezam ndizawuthetha mphathiswa. The issue of the drugs nezibhamu ezilapha ekuhlaleni. You know them where they are. Nina sixeleleni ndayishiya inumber yam up. Phofu ke mandibolele kwabo bamane ukusithi tsuphe besithumelela information. Ndandiyishiyela number kwaye ndizaphinde ndiyishiye kwakhona le yam. Ukuba undifumana undigibisele nje ngoWhatsApp ndiyafumaneka. Andizukuxela nakubani na mna ndiyakwazi ukuthumela amaphosa ndiya endaweni ethile qha aye akwenza loo nto afumane futhi and bayazifumana. Sincediseni ke because ukuze luhle olwaphula umthetho ukuba sincothule ulwamvila. Ulwamvila lethu ke sinalo apha imipu emininzi elapha ekuhlaleni, ziziyobisi ezilapha ekuhlaleni, nemigulukudu abangonyana benu, abangobrother benu, abangonyana bam, abanye ngabazukulwana apha kum. We are all in this together, mfundisi. Now, we had a youth, I want to respond to the issue of the youth summit. We have already planned one, Uchena Mangis is working on that, but we're working for the province. But if we need to start here with the youth summit at Khayelitsha, we will deal with that, we will do that, because we want the youth to be involved. There are sort of things that we want the youth to engage with. Now, current this week, we are going to have a national competition on junior commissioners, which one of ours are going to participate. We want them to come back and go to the schools and also and stations to have the station junior commissioners as we have. So those are amaphulo esizama ukusonela kubo kwizinto esikwazi uzenza thina as the police. But lastly, the abuse of vehicles that you're saying they are at home, they are not at work, inform us. Because those vehicles, we've given you vehicles to look after and ensure that those vehicles are used for the purpose that they are brought for. That purpose is to safeguard you and protect you and serve you, and nothing else. If amapolisa akayenzi loo nto, inform us. Here is my number. It's 082 7797 238. 082 7797 238. Igama lam lenkobe ndingithembisile. Efane ngiphathekile. Enkosi mphathiswa.
Let me thank the opportunity, Program Director, recognize the Minister of Police, General Kele, the Deputy Minister, Ndati Castle Matale, the MEC for Police Oversight and Community Safety, Ndati Allen, and I hope and believe you'll agree with me that the protocol has been observed enough. So I'll say all protocol observed. And quickly get to the answers to matters that were raised. The first matter was the matter of drugs that was raised. In response to that one is that you'd recall that we used to measure police performance in terms of how many drugs they find. So this year we are measuring them in terms of how many drug houses you have closed, because we have realized if we measure with the amount and kilos of drugs, probably somehow these drugs, they keep on being available. So that next time when we want the number in the kilometers, they still find them. So we now measure in terms of how many they've closed. The second matter raised by the community, and of course also the KDF, is the number of police at police stations around Khayelitsha, which is Khayelitsha, Lingeletu West, Harare, and of course Makaza. We know that we do not have sufficient members there, but you'll recall that in 2019, we did give 1,000 police around Cape Flats. We even denied the police station that are in the rural lane. So, but again now, currently, the provincial commissioner have taken about 85 police that are reporting now. We're still going to get more. We are robbing Peter to pay Paul. These 85 come from your affluent police stations within the province, and they are going to these police stations that I have talked about. So that is a project that is continuing. We are not stopping there. With regard to the issue of the mobile, the PC responded on that. Let me get to the matter around the building of Makaza police station. We know that we have engaged with you previously on this matter. So we are at a stage where we say we look at either the permanent, we know we gave you a mobile police station, and now we are moving next step to say we need to start building a police station. But the permanent building of a police station of a mortar, we realize is going to take us time. So as a result, we will build you a police station that looks like Samora Machel. Those of you that knows how Samora Machel looks like. We'll start building that police station 1st of November, 2022. It will be a park home police station. It will be like Samora Machel, those of you that knows how it looks like. It's a park home police station. But we will then come to the mortar police station as time goes on. So the park home is a temporary measure. Okay, then coming to the neighborhood watch and patrollers, I heard that there is a cry about reflector jackets, and now it's winter, it's cold. So angizwanga kahle uPC noma whether uyiphendulile or not. But as national, we do give budget to provinces. There are certain budgets that are on the discretion of the province. And I think last time when we were here, the minister did talk to you about it. Western Cape as a province, we gave them a budget for high crime police stations. There are police stations that are called high crime, so which might be about 10 or 14 in each province. So for the high crime police station, which is a discretionary budget, which is used for any other measure that will assist you in bringing down crime. So for the province, not for Khayelitsha, for the province, we gave the province 10 million rand this current financial year. Well, he have not yet reported to me how and where is he using it. I'll still look for that report. Now I invite you, ask him, where is he using it? And what is your piece of the 10 million? The second one is the gender-based violence, which we also give to provinces. And as national, we gave Western Cape province 15.8 million. Again, this budget is on the discretion of the provincial commissioner in terms of priorities. Like Nina, you say, Khayelitsha is a GBV station. So, by implication, I'm sure, I don't say it is like that, but by implication, you are saying Khayelitsha is quite high on the priority list, meaning that it's supposed to get a little bit of lion's share out of the 15.8 million. Still, I've not yet got a report as to how much you have allocated. Mbuzeni, but how much is the cut of your cake? And the GBV can be used. There is Umama that spoke about GBV, chairperson of the steering committee. So I invite you to knock at his door, because this budget for GBV is for all those other things that are related to GBV that can assist us bringing GBV down. You put in a program, you fund it, and you go and execute the work. The matter of stipend, I think we spoke about it also last time. When we had our last MINMEC meeting, which was in Eastern Cape the end of last month, there was presentations made, and the minister gave a directive that we must look at, both myself and the police secretariat, we must look at the matter of stipend for CPFs. Well, that will include your neighborhood watch. So we are working on that. We will be reporting to the minister soon as to what do we find. In terms of the disability stakeholders for the brother, I think he was sitting there. We, as a South African Police Service, on the matter around sign language, we do have other stakeholders that are assisting us in that regard. There are gadgets that we want to buy and place them at each police station, so that when you arrive at a police station and you talk to the gadget with the signs, the gadget will give the police official the voice of what you are saying. So currently we are piloting this gadget at 5 police stations in Gauteng for a period of about 4 months. And once we get the outcome, we'll be able to say whether we buy them or not. We don't want to buy something that end up not working. So we are piloting it, and we also gave these gadgets to people that are using sign language to talk, so that even themselves talk to those gadgets and come back and give us feedback. Are they working? Are they okay, yes or no? Then only then we can procure this gadget for the whole of the country. The matter around cameras at schools, I think that requires us also, but together with the MEC and the city. I think basically those are the matters that required us SAPS to respond on. And on the matter of, I heard that the neighborhood watch, you are saying that you are required to put in fingerprints to be cleared, but when you employ other people. all people that we employ, yes, you have to go through, submit your fingerprints, and your fingerprints should be cleared. There is a number of criteria that you should go through. Firstly, you must have matric, as you are aware. Driver's license is an advantage. You should pass psychometric test. You should be medically fit. And you should also be successful in a fitness training. And once you have done all those, then you will, of course, be employed. But we are aware that the number of people that apply is quite a big number, and we only have got limited posts. Currently, as you are aware, we have 10,000 that are undergoing training in the colleges in the whole country. And next year, we already recruited, we are in the process of recruiting 5,000, but we are trying to, through the assistance of the minister, to get another 5 so that next year we can go for another 10,000. But that we cannot guarantee because it will depend on the size of the purse at the National Treasury. I think I will hold it there. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Good afternoon, everyone. Goeiemiddag, Moweni Nonke. My name is Regan Allen, and I am for the last 83 days the new MEC for Police Oversight and Community Safety here in the Western Cape. To the National Minister of Police, as well as the Deputy, thank you so much for your attendance. The generals that's here, the CPF, thank you. I see various stakeholders that are here. Thank you. I do want to say before I dig into some of the comments that were directed to the Department of Community Safety is that we have seen that criminals adopt the spirit in which the Constitution was drafted. I'm going to repeat that again. We've seen that criminals adopt the spirit in which the Constitution was drafted. What I mean by that is that we have seen criminals organize. We even talk about organized crime. Hence, I'm here today to again say that as government, as stakeholders, and as the Western Cape government, we are very clear. We want to work with all spheres of government because the spirit of the Constitution was written in such a way that national, provincial, and local needs to work together. We have other entities like correctional services. We have IPID here. Thank you so much for your attendance as well. We have the justice system, and we know that everyone needs to work together. We know that there's no more time. Yesterday, I was here with the provincial commissioner in Khayelitsha, and we again saw the agony of the community. We again saw the fear of many residents. And as the Western Cape government and the Department of Community Safety, we want to play our role. So firstly, when I came into office, I made it very clear that I am not going to take a jacket if every Neighborhood Watch member don't have a jacket. So you won't see me with a jacket before members of the community, and that's part of Neighborhood Watchers, have a jacket. And you can clap for that because we need to start clapping for one another. If we want to work together, we also need to start clapping for one another. Over this weekend, the SAPS were working tirelessly in order to catch the culprits that murdered people here on Saturday and on Sunday. So we can clap for SAPS, we can clap for Neighborhood Watch, but we need to work together. So the Neighborhood Watchers will be getting jackets. I can make that commitment. Please hold me accountable. You won't see me with a jacket before people don't have a jacket, because I understand. I understand if you are patrolling early in the morning and then late at night, and I value the role that Neighborhood Watchers play. Here in our province, we are capacitating 16,000 Neighborhood Watch members across our province, and they comprise of over 550 Neighborhood Watchers across our province. And we know we won't be able to do it. We won't be able to do and make this province safer without the help of neighborhood watches. So thank you for volunteering your time and putting in effort and energy to keep our communities safer, to taking ownership of our communities. To the CPF, I've been very clear that we are going to treat everyone equally, treat everyone fair. We don't want to play politics. But I want to say this. I also understand that neighborhood watches are very different. It makes sense to me that a neighborhood watch in Rondebosch or in Claremont might have different needs to one in Khayelitsha or one in Mitchell's Plain where I'm from. So I do know that we also need to take into account, but no one will be disadvantaged. So once again, thank you also to the CPFs. We are also looking at the matter of the stipends, and the National Commissioner is correct. The matter was discussed at the MINMEC, and that is ongoing discussions, because we know when neighborhood watches were formed, even when CPFs were formed, there were some unintended consequences that creeped up because many people are hungry. Many people need food. Many people need a job. And I'm so aware of that. Hence, I'm even speaking to other departments in the Western Cape. What is social development bringing to the party? What is finances and economics bringing to the party? But also what is social development and cultural affairs is doing, that whole of government approach. So please, Khayelitsha, we know that also the comment that you made, Sisi, thank you so much for the comment regarding the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry. And I'm delighted to hear from the Commissioner that the station will be built in Makasa, because we know that in terms of recommendation 19 of the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry, it was the proposal from the South African Police Service to build a fully fledged station here in Makasa. So can we give them a round of applause? Can we give SAPS for that commitment? Because like the KDF chairperson said, we are going to make sure that yes, they can be complementary, but we are also going to play our constitutional role in holding SAPS accountable, but in fostering the relationship so that people can be safer, so that communities are able to see a difference, not only in the crime, but also sense it on the ground. So as the Western Cape government, we remain fully committed to playing our role, but also working with all stakeholders and not being afraid of holding other departments accountable. But we also want to be held accountable. So thank you so much to the neighborhood watchers, the CPFs, SAPS, the stakeholders that are here. It is highly appreciated. There's no time to fight. We need to fight organized crime and criminals and gangsters that are tormenting our communities. We need to fight them. And we do know that we have the means, we have the commitment, and the people that's here to show up on a Monday, to sacrifice your time to be here, to engage in this way, should be commended. So thank you so much for taking the time to bring that your commitment to making Khayelitsha a safer community. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. I call again our Provincial Commissioner, General Patekile, to come and address.
Enkosi kakhulu Mphathiswa, Minister. There was one question that we did not answer. It's a question of moving the mobile police station where it is located now to a community hall. I was talking to Councillor Khayelitsha because we must talk to them. Why we put it there? Because we had access to ablution facilities and water. So where we will wait for the councillor to give us a go-ahead, now we can move it as of 2 minutes ago. But on condition that we get the ablution facilities and water in where we are, so that we can have that and lightning. So we are willing to take it, but we're waiting for Councillor Khayelitsha to come back to us to say, when must we start? Thank you, Minister.
Siyabulela kakhulu ebantwini abathe beza ne-input bazocebisa. Siyabulela kakhulu nakwi-panel yethu bathe ba-responda kwi-ideas esize nazo singabahlali. Siyaqhubekeka sibheka phambili. Asinakuyigqiba yonke into namhlanje. We cannot do everything today. What is important is what is going to happen after this imbizo. It is unfortunate that we always seem to be racing against time. We never have sufficient time in just one session or gathering to discuss everything. We would have loved to give as many people as possible an opportunity to advise in terms of what ideas and also in terms of recommendations and possible solutions to the challenges. But as I said, this is not the first and the last opportunity that is given to us. I think we have learned now, as the stakeholders have alluded to the fact that we have become accustomed to the minister visiting Khayelitsha and also the senior management from SAPS and the other government stakeholders. And therefore, we are sorry that all of you did not get opportunity to provide their inputs. And we are now going to close this session. In fact, we are closing it. Siyayivala bethuna ne. And then Jaban Sicho maninzi amathuba esawafumana and siphinda sikhuthaza abantu bekutshiwo ukuthi abantu abanezikhalazo mabaye phaa ngasemva. Isavuliwe yona leya isession yoyaphaa ngasemva. But before, I see Mr. Kido is back, because he's one of the people who's supposed to azothetha naye to give input, but ebe phandle. So Mr. Kido, can I give you a few minutes to respond?
Anampendulo, Chair. There's two things that we want to emphasize on. This is your imbizo. It's not the minister's imbizo. We're saying we're changing things around. This is your imbizo. Ezinto benizithetha apha zezi sisazithetha asinayo thina into esayiphendula kuyo yonke le ntetho apha. There's going to be police station in Makhaza uqala nge-1st. Asifuni uva into abazawulwa nge-construction, who builds, who does not build. So these are our own programs. What is critical for us in this Pumanayo Tina is a task team to meet every month, monitor and implement most of these things that we've discussed here. Really, we don't have an answer. And if anyone wants to ask me further questions, must be on the side B. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Now, umhlekoda namhlanje uprogram director nimbonile. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a keynote address from the Honorable Minister of Police. I would like to invite the Deputy Minister of Police, Mr. C. Matale, to introduce the Minister.
Thank you. Long live President Nelson Mandela, long live. 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 Nelson Mandela, long live. Long live President 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 Nelson Mandela, long live. Thank you. I should have done that. Hayi dina ningayenzi njalo Mandela nicula ngathi niyagula nje. Nelson Mandela, Nelson Mandela, aonayas. Aonayo sana naye. Aonayo sana naye. Oh, Nelson Mandela, 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 aonayo sana naye. It's an honor and a privilege for me to stand before you today to introduce to you yourself, your own son, your own brother, your own father, your own uncle, who you know much better than myself. Some of you have already expressed how you loved him for a very, very long time. And I'm requested that I must introduce him to you, but yet you know him very well and you love him very much. In fact, you are here because you wanted to see. So I will not bore you by saying who he is, because you know him inyawo zakhe nizijwayele nizibona ngamehla manilokhu nihamba la eKhayelitsha onani beyanani even last some few days, few weeks, a month ago. So I will instead ask all of us to rise as I invite Minister Begitele to respond to the issues that you raised. Over to you, Minister.
Balaga Khayelitsha madoda. Yolinkunza isheshe kusheshe shengezi. Yolingola yenqwanga ngqwele kana mabhondo ahlabe zinye. Yolinkunza isheshe madoda. Uyaloka lokudiza dala kade bamkwashaza. Uyalubheka icala impalaga ngokwayo. Ithathi xa ihambe kuyatolosa. Yalonto ke sisithi ngolo hlobo. Kwalakubo ubheka icala bakulingene. Yinto yakhula madoda. Isidla iziqwanga. Abanye besidludludaka. Yalonto ke ndisithi. Yinto engiqala ngqangqasholo madoda. Kudiza dala kade bamkhwahlaza. Uyababa upelepele umnathi itolofia. Kodwa hayi ameva. Yalonto ke sisithi. Alala Mandela. Viva Mandela. Yalonto ke sisithi. Phakamana makanteni madula maduna. Kuba kaloku ilizwe ligusha amabobo. Kodwa ekubeni madoda. Sigixa sixhalabile. Sikhala madoda sihewula. Yalonto ke ndisithi. Ngamanyala enyoka. Enyuka emthini. Ingena nyawo. Uyani ma-Afrika. Yalonto ke ndisithi. Khona kuba umntwana omhle. Ngakambi konka. Uthetha uphimisele. Ngwalo umzi wenkcubeko. Ngwalo umzi kakhushe. Ulindele kuwe ngolo hlobo. Derham. Yo.
Okay, asihlaleni phansi. Ake ngiteste nje ukuthi vava hey. Shosholoza Mandela. Thathe induku zakho. Uyokuzwa ngathi. Masekulungile. Shosholoza Mandela. Thathe induku zakho. Uyokuzwa ngathi. Maseku wakhalupota wakhalup ekhalepito ethi kuyashisa enqakamandela wakhalumalad ekhalepito ethi kuyashisa enqakamandela shosholoza yathi induku zakho oyokuzwa ngathi masekulungile shosholoza thatha induku zakho oyokuzwa ngathi masekulungile wakhalupota ekhalepito ethi kuyashisa enqakamandela wakhalumalani ekhalepito ethi kuyashisa enqakamandela. Siyabonga, 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 siyabonga. Wow. Today is 18th July. Deputy Minister, wena soseluluchulu. Wena soseluluchulu. Co-chairpersons,
Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioner, and all protocols observed. Don't come back to me and say I did not greet you. We are a protocol. What's the name of the station? What's the name of the station? No, station is a radio. Minister of Communication has written a letter to that leadership. You're supposed to receive that letter today or tomorrow. And has instructed to ICASA to meet you here and chart the way forward on the station. So, in next a day or two, you will meet ICASA and chart the way about the station. But it's not in the interest of the minister that the station is closed down. So, sibeke eqaleni ke leyo. National Commissioner, I would love ukuthi as I come back here, ngigqoke umakalabha nama-boots ngiye kwi-site. Siye kwi-site, we can't have a station esizesigugu esingakhiwe. Because it must be 20 years, but sesengasegugeni asakhiwe kodwa. Noma ngabe wenzani, there must be something. You know, saya seHarare lapha. Saya Harare baklerisha i-site bakufaka kwaba khona isidingo 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. So lezi zinto ziyenzeka. There must be a place where abantu bazo mhlawumbe mortar and brick can take long, but let's have a place for people where are going to be able to go. We can't talk about one and the same thing. Engathi kumithi indlovu. Jika iminyaka ingazali. Ikhansela lakho nawe phathekile qedani nendaba. Shift lezinto. Le police station le mobile iye la abantu bene access khona. Bahambe baye khona la kune access khona bakwazi ukuyokhuluma nawo ngoba i-duty yethu ukuba accessible kubantu sikwazi ukuresponda ngendlela eyiyo singayi la kumnandi khona siye la isidingeka khona. We shouldn't go where there is our comfort, but we must go where we are needed. There are 86 amaphoyisa siswami ukhulume ngePikoli. One of the recommendations was to move resources from the affluent to the areas where are more needed. Again, is a move for comfort zone where we're needed. 86 police officers have been shifted. I addressed them this morning, telling them about the new life. Because these affluent stations, Gumnandi, Bashaw Moya, Yapojwa, Gafiwa la hesitation. Abezi bonke Khayelitsha but baya kwi top 10 stations ezistudied. Lezo station yazazo Delphi, Khayelitsha, nezinye. So we have begun that program eashiwo people, including ukuthi sakhe iteshe ezinsha sandise ama resources, including 10,000 that are in training that will have to come back, some of them here. So what we need to do, National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner, is to monitor ukuthi again, not most of them are sent to affluent areas, but they are sent where they are more needed rather than where are more comfortable. Somebody uthi there is no need, Matale, that we talk about our structured decorations. And as some structured decorations is to talk about Mandela. I don't know whether people they want us to say there was never a Mandela in. Now, unfortunately, of student. Nangesikhathi ngikhukuza esikolweni ngangikhukuza yona history ukufundisa. The subject history comes from the concept man and his history, or man and his story. Then the word history comes from there, man and his story. Then comes the word history. So there is a new argument that man, there must should be her history. Well, there's a new argument. But history means man and his story. Now, if you say asakhulumi ngokuthi sivelaphi soba insenzeni okusho ukuthi that's na story thatha irapa wena ongafuni ukuzwa uyirape yonke leyo nto, but the crux of the matter, it happened. I was a very young activist when I was partaking and participating. Chairman, I was part of the people that were kicking the dust. There was a big resistance of coming here. A big one. Singafuni ukuya eKhayelitsha. Ngangiyiphathi yalokho. Sithi asiye eKhayelitsha. Because eKhayelitsha we were not sent, we were dumped. Kwakuphuthunywa. Twasukana eduze namadolobha, hambani niye kude, kuthiwa kuphi, kuthiwa le eKhayelitsha. Indlela eyakhiwa ngayo, that's why even today things are not all there. Because it was a dumping area rather than a human settlement area. The history there, mawufuna ngiyisuse, ayibhalwanga yimina, ilapha ikhona, iya-exist. Abantu baseKhayelitsha abadala, they know that it was a big issue kuye eKhayelitsha. Khayelitsha stayed a very long time without humans. Here we are today. Somebody says, Kshongonina, where I was, abantu bakhathele ukuloku kuba nembizo. Look, there will never be time where human beings will not try to find the new ways and new methods doing things going forward. That time will never come. Where's your challenge, Subugan? Azam, that time will never come. As human beings, every day, day by day, we'll work hard to find new methods and new things to conquer the poverty, to conquer the crime. For that to happen, we'll have to come together. Hence, Nelson Mandela would say, you struggle to climb the mountain. When you're on top of the mountain, you realize that there are many more to climb. That's life. Life is nothing but the struggle. And life is nothing but to climb and keep climbing and keep climbing. Once you stuck, life does not allow any stationary. Either you move forward or you move back. Awukwazi ukuma nje. Either we are phambili noma uyemuva. Together we shall refuse to go back. Together, that's why finally every day and every time as human beings we must find time to talk and find solution going forward. I hope, Commissioner, we will cut time of planning and try to find ways of assisting these structures, CPFs and neighborhood watches. I hope we will cut time of planning. Leso sikhathi sibesifishane. Isikhathi eside kube seku-implementa. Hope next time, angifuni ukukhuluma, I did say, angishongo ukuthi ngizonikwa imali, angishongo ukuthi kuzokwenziwa, but there must be a way of assisting. For instance, why a neighborhood watch and a CPF person must use their own money for airtime? Why? When they're working for the community. At least something must be done for them to be able to communicate. So let's start somewhere to assist on these things. Let me see. We will have to see how we pull together resources to assist these foot soldiers going forward at both provincial, national, and local government. Hence, you were invited, you are here, the mayor was invited, and other people I'm not going to mention, so that we begin to cut the politics fat and stick to the bone of working together to fight crime. I know it's not you. Mina now we're getting nice. And I've told the world, with Mina now we were fine. I hope we'll be getting finer. But this thing of calling the police, so the last call I read is that the provincial police must be given to Western Cape. There is nothing called provincial police. I can say provincial police. It's South Africa, that's why they're called South African Police Service. There is no KZN service. So don't waste time and energy. Let's work, how do we strengthen? If there are weaknesses, say so and let's strengthen and work and go forward. South African police, you will have to change the constitution. Angazi how long it will take. I don't know how long it will take. For now, let's utilize that call. Don't waste time and energy. These people want to be safe. They don't want labels. Other stuff on working together, I will talk it when we sit together. But I want to answer this thing of Cele, Bazebash, but Cele must bring policing powers to the province. That's ignorance. That has got nothing to do with policing nationally. There is a book that runs the country called Constitution. It's not you who has said so. No. If constitutional mechanism must happen,
Constitution has been amended 18 times.
No. Is exactly what I'm saying. Meg, what I'm saying is that don't come to Cele, go to Constitution. If Constitution says police are going to Western Cape, are going to KZN, Cele won't say no if Constitution says so. I'm saying you are crying on the wrong funeral. You are crying on the wrong funeral. It's not Cele who's dead here. Deal with the Constitution and Cele will follow that. I'm just making a call ukuthi miyekeni ucele hambani niye kubantu abenza i-constitution and you deal with that thing. Cele will follow the constitution. I respect constitution. When it says constitution do that, I will do that. Now it says I must do this, I'm doing this. I can't be a constitutional delinquent. Umanam. La eKhayelitsha sike saba namasonto amabili amathathu asishayise ngomoya okusho ukuthi lezi mfamona, these jealous people, they heard that we are coming zabulala abantu last 48 hours. Provincial Commissioner, the officials from Correctional Service are here. Well, they are called Correctional Service. Angazi is correct about. Angazi is incorrect about. Yesterday I was in a meeting, but I'll talk to my counterpart Ulamula. Yesterday I was in a meeting in Alex. Somebody stands up, addresses Imbizo that is bigger than this one. The guy goes up and down. You could see what he has, and finally, he declares himself that he is in 2 paroles. Paroles, they come to address some mass meetings, manje. What are the conditions? Paroles are 2. But besides, he has been sentenced 7 years, suspended 5 years. Last month. But he's there, he's calling the war. He said, bazosithola. Ukwiparole lo muntu. That's bullshit with him, madoda. Nangu sibuso amaparolisi. Kodwa ngizoyidlulisa kuzakwethu ukuthi it will help us ukuthi amaphoyisa abe nawo ama-conditions ama-parolees siwasherish between the sister department sibe nawo kwenzela ukuthi i-parole when it stands up in agitate and calling for the war sihlala phansi noma siphinde ejele go back there. Omunye stood up in the same meeting and fight for everything. Fight, begqoke iskipa, i-t-shirt ye-political party. Engisayisho ngoba uzongithethisa. No, but begqoke iskipa se-political party. If fight for station commander, many people they said that station commander is the best they have, Alex. The only thing he needs is support. Go colleagues back. He files for station command. When he ends, he said, yeah, I've got a record of murder. Show him. Show him. Now, we must allow these communities to be abused by those people. So, I just want to check Correctional Service. There is that 6-year-old, about 2 months ago, died in Mpumalanga. I forget her name. Was disemboweled and took them apart and all that. 6-year-old was abused and killed by a person who's on 2 murder paroles. 2 murder paroles. But the thing that has been properly established, serious crimes like murder, cash heist, taxi violence are run from prisons. You see, there is a prison in Alaktua, Wellington, Mthatha. Saturday, babahambisela ujeqe madombolo nenyama eyosiwe. Ziyaplan plana zona ukuthi kuzoshawa bani emateksini. Is one area that we need to when they're open, I can't give them to you. Is one area that we'll have to go very tight on. Correctional service and the directions that come from that establishment for people to do things. I just hope, but you'll be investigating, I just hope, Uguti, the directions of the matter that took place over the week, 2 days ago here, don't come from the person that has just been arrested. Here, we had good successes as the South African Police Service. The problem, people don't talk about our successes, they talk about our failures only. It is in the township where we find Mr. Java. It's Mr. Java who was kidnapped for 111 days, the construction boss here. We find him here in one of the houses after 111 days. When we found him, the family was on the way to pay in ransom 25 million to buy sababuyisa sathi esimkhiphe mahhala amaphoyisa la South Africa. But people ababhalayo nabashoyo, but there was a big story when he was kidnapped, was a small story when he was found. Here we had 3 major mass killings, Khayelitsha, Ndlovini, Nkanini, and there, angwazi kuphi lapha, but I did go there. I'm really worried that prosecution is not here. Are we having prosecution here? Ndithini wosimema sonke manunga lokhu umema amaphoyisa uzowathela induku wodwa wosimema sonke usishaye sonke. We just, you know, everybody said if you want bail, go to Khayelitsha. Yeah, a Khayelitsha court is called bail wholesale. You want to buy bail, go Khayelitsha court. Kuthiwa baze balinde ukuthi ngiyolinda mhla ngaye Khayelitsha. It is on that score that Ubara esimbophile. 2 Mondays ago I went to court ngayombona ngamehlo. He's a young, well-polished young man. He's a teacher by profession. He owns 8 taxis. He's responsible for killing 19 people here. He's responsible for killing, he's got 31 charges. 19 dead bodies out of those charges. Ngahamba ngayombona. He comes from Tofimvaba. Abafeli izandla, abafeli Tofimvaba baphamisa izandla. He comes from Tofimvaba. Tofimvaba was arrested for cash heist. He's 30 years. He's a teacher by profession. Yes. He was found in one of the posh suburbs here, sleeping in between 2 women. And I saw those pictures of beautiful women. It was not one, it was 2 women. Elele phakathi kwabo. Hawu mantombazane kodwa, hawu kodwa. Sengaze nibabili pho. Nifuthumeza isigebengu nonke. So the gentleman is arrested. We just, prosecution, magistrate and the police, they concurred that they must move him away from Khayelitsha. All his crimes are committed in Khayelitsha, but they had to move him to the city center because the Khayelitsha was totally paid. But how do we allow that situation? You were supporting with the state structure, were supporting criminality. That's one big success. Uparu funu inyanga eyiningi. Wayegama lakhe langempela? Uyanga Nyalaga. That is his. Ilala bebemasha khona bethi cele ukupara. Nina. Yes. This community marched. Yathi cela uye kupara nina. I don't care where. I have videos. Besides see, besides Khayelitsha kodwa Khayelitsha. Yes. There are videos where they are calling on cele aye kupara upara umnandi upara uyasisiza. That is a person charged for killing 19 people. And you go and you march, you call on the Minister of Police and the police to let that people go. We can't have abused the community like this. You need to protect communities. Akhona amavideo. Cela uye kupara, cela uye kupara. Ngeke ngimyeke. Upara, ngeke simyeke. Ngeke. Ngacula ngigcinele. The next thing maphoyisa, anybody othi yekubhara mthathe. Abantu abathi asiye kubhara phathekile abathathwe. Bamjoin ukhona. Bamjoin asuntshela ukuthi ukuphi siyamhambisa. Ubuyele ecourt ngomhla August ba. August ba. 19. Yeah. Mina ngaya ngayombona. Ngiyophinda futhi ngiyombona. Hayi. Ngeke ngimyeke uyocula uncame wena othi ekubhara. Sikwazi ukuyeka umuntu oshajelwe ukubulala abantu abawu19. And nina and kwakwamakhosikazi nezingane laba babemasha lapha. Yes. Were mothers and children marching to let a criminal and a killer to go home. If we don't work together, we're not going to deal with this crime. There was a big story here of two young siblings, amantombazane, eMuizenberg, lawalahleka. There was a big story. The father was always on TV crying. We have found those girls. That even on television, we're going to house to interview our parents when those kids lost. But when we found them, nobody spoke. We found them in Johannesburg. Bakhona ngababona ngamehlo uKhimbali nobani noNashuwa into enjalo ngababona ngahlala phansi. I spoke to them, and those that were camping in the house making the news of the disappearance of, they're not camping there to tell the story that they've been found. Lungile. That is not going to discourage us to work. Khayelitsha, anginandaba usayid B usayid C usayid bani. Leyo lonphikana la ngikhethi mina. Ngingene yokufika. Nina nje namasha nina namashela ubhara nina. I just want to make some few calls. Leadership on different structures, especially NGOs, chairperson with development, nabo bonke, olita nabo. I will just want just one day to have men in Bizo when it comes to abuse and rape of women. These women have no tools to rape. Ama tools of rape asemadodeni. Women have no tools to rape. Ama tools of rape asemadodeni. Therefore, the time must come where we'll talk to the men. Because when the men stop to rape, there will be no rape woman. Simple. This thing of calling to women to be careful, not to go ebusuku, not to wear short skirts, not to do that, is a wrong call. Call on these men to stop abusing women. Finish and clear. Finish. That's what we need to do. So, we need to speak to men. Asichazela amadoda ukuthi adliwa yini. Nityiwa yini madoda? We are one of the top stations with rape in the country. What goes in your head? Why it should be so? Why? Men must talk to men. Men must call on men to say, we don't need raped woman. You need to do one thing to make sure that there is no raped woman. Don't have a rapist. Don't have a rapist. And rapists are men. We don't need amaphoyisa ukuzokubopha. You just need to stop raping. Finish. But maphoyisa, ngisizeni, help me. Take a rape as one of the worst sins that are committed. Worst sins. When a woman comes to report at the station that has been raped, there should be no police officer. If there is so, National Commission, Provincial Commissioner, if there is any police officer that tells a woman to go back home to negotiate a rape, that police must be fired. There should be no member of the South African police that tells a raped woman and abused child to go back and negotiate. You don't negotiate rape. If you are a negotiator as a police, come to me, I'll send you to Ukraine and Russia. They need negotiators there. Not here. Yours is to arrest. Once the woman comes, you stop everything and make sure that the rapist, the perpetrator, is arrested. So it's important that these desks we're creating of women that will be dealing, or people that will be dealing with the rape at the police station, must come to fruition. And those people must work with the victims, with the people that have been abused, and understand their pain, because even when you write the statement on their behalf, you must understand their pain, get in their pain and understand them. I just imagine, I can't tell how painful it is. Unfortunately, I've never been raped and I'll never be raped. I'm sure I'll never be raped, so I will never understand the pain of that sin. But in my mind, I just imagine when a woman says, please don't do this, and you continue to do it. Even when you have raped her, you still kill her. Amadoda anjani, what kind of man are you? Njoba niphezulu kangaka ngokurape nje. I believe it's not people that come from other areas to rape here. Yini la enrapeayo la. Abaphakathi izandla abarapeayo. You see? Not a single hand. Not a single hand. But tomorrow there'll be a raped woman. Yesterday was a raped woman here. But mawuthi abavele. Abavele. Bazali. Bomama. As families, protect your own. Lamula and I, we received this social thing with this woman who has been messed up. We are born to ushayiwe. She's round, uvuvukele. I discovered later that she works for correctional service somewhere in Pretoria. So we intervene. This woman started by going to one of our police stations. The officer calls the perpetrator and says to him, "Stop this thing, go home." I understand that police officer has no job today. This guy is arrested. We send a special team, arrest this guy. 3-4 days down the line, I phoned this woman to ask, how is life, how is the situation? She said, "Minister, I'm no more staying at home, because my mother, every day, every hour, tells me to withdraw the case against this guy." Yes. Mother. Her mother. And don't say Aibo, because these are the things we do every day here. We have a long list of withdrawn rapes. Long. Especially when, you know, our last quarter, our quarters are 3 months. Our last quarter, that is January, February, March. In South Africa, 10,000 women were raped in 3 months. Yes. 10,000. In 3 months, 10,000 were raped in South Africa. But here is a trick. 50% of those raped women are raped in their own houses. Yes. By the people that are supposed to be protecting them. They are raped by uncles, by fathers, by grandfathers and everything. And in that house, the mother knows. The mother knows, Uguti, the girl here is raped by a stepfather. And they keep quiet. Babuza umbuzo uthi so dlani mayeboshwa. I think lo mthetho ukhona ukuthi mawazi wathula. If you know and you keep quiet, sikubophe now. Yes. Sikubophe now. Fika la ubona umama usufika usubona fresh amathanga. Usu rape lawa amncane fresh. Makhosikazi memezani. Memezani makhosikazi. Not in your name when you know akuyona indoda le imbongolo. That's not a man. You can't trust your life and the life of your kids under the tutelage of that man that rapes ingane zayo endlini noma ngabe stepdaughter noma ngabe yini. That's your child. So I make this call. I don't want to fight you. But you see, they're one of your predecessors here. I'm sure you know him. Just behind you. You know him. At one time, Alan, no Leonard, this city had a very little crime. That includes the Bambanani. Bambanani. I don't care who cancelled it. If they cancel it, bring it back. Okay? You know they cancel it, bring it back. Yeah. That thing reduced crime here. So we have a history of crime reduction here. Let's go back to that history. Let's go back to that history. So I'm making a call that maybe together, let's come together and see things that have worked before. And we see if we can reinvent them, not reinvent them, reinvent them, not reinvent them. Huh? Revive them, revive them. Revive them and find the way of those things. That was a big figure of Mambanan. There were about 8,000 of them. And they all had stipend. Which means I've made peace. I just don't want to fight with you. And please help me not to fight with you. Mina now, but I want us to come together and pull some history and find out what really happened for this. You know, the way the crime was low here, we had to take your provincial commissioner here to go and help us in the Gauteng. Because we said, we took Petros to go and help us in Gauteng because of the situation. We have history. It's always help to go back to a working history. Always help. But another thing, I will really urge that we work together, we work with both provincial and national to marry resources where we can. Just marry resources, work together. To be able to shout, to say, you are this political party, I'm this political party, but these people, they say they don't hear, they don't see, they don't smell politics, they only see success. These people should not smell politics, should not hear politics until 2024 comes, anyway. But even when the 2024 comes, it must come when they're on the safe environment. We can't just be coming here picking up bodies, picking up dead bodies. Raped women. Let me shut myself down. The tin. Next time, call government. Ungaloku ubiza amaphoyisa kuphela. Asiwona government thina. We are part of government. Call everybody. People must come and answer ngama-potholes la. Like Khayelitsha, May 16, we left 10 vans. 10 police vans. I'm a sect. But maziyale sendlovini la lesiphathwa khona esihlabathini. Sendlovini. Lesiphathwa esihlabathini amavan. They can't reach where they are called. They stuck because there are no roads. They stuck. For the police to move fast and quick, must know the name of the street and the house number. Mina lo. I walk in a place here called COVID-19. Have you been there? I've been there. COVID-19. COVID-19, uhamba ngohlangothi. You walk like this. Because you are too big to walk on the passage. You get stuck. That's why on the tin saws icon. You will be stuck. And as you walk in that passage, it ends here. This is night. You only see at the end of your hand. And what do you want my police to do there? What do you want the police to do? Yes, you have said, you say COVID-19, you can't even explain yourself. You can't even explain. You can't explain COVID-19. You can't. And you are ukuthi ipolice alifikanga. Nawe la ungazi khona. So when as the police will say, please help us with environmental design, that will reduce crime tremendously once we see streets, once we see proper lights, once we see houses that have proper numbers, that we see the vegetation that is cut, clear, and all that. And that is not the work of the police. But that will work and make the work of the police easy. Matala will have to speak to our counterparts on education. I will have to speak to Sis Ange. Speak to your counterpart. You know, I went to Hanover Park one time. I had a meeting at 11. It was on a Tuesday. There were more school kids in the meeting rather than parents. Yes. And I said to myself, gangsters here must be laughing all the way to the bank because you allow those kids to be pool of recruitment for gangsters. If they're not at schooling, they're somewhere else. Now, somebody raised the drugs issues, the schooling in the toilet, and they even suggest that there must be a police in every toilet. We can't have a police in every toilet or schooling. Ngiyakubona nje phathekile tapha amaphoyisa asetoilet. So I think we must keep trying the thing of bringing this government. Yithi ulamula the correctional service ne justice yakhe, the education, especially the basic education, and DSD. And DSD. And DSD. And the small business. And the small business. And labor. Well, I don't know how many ship-ins you have here. Maningi God. Maningi. La ebesikhona izolo Alex, there are 249 ship-ins. 349 ship-ins and 12 bottle stores. I don't know how many spazas do you have here. And I can assure you, there is no spaza that is owned by a South African. That thing must be corrected. Small business and Alan, I don't know who gives those licenses, but we can't give 500 spazas all foreign nationals. We must have some quotas so that South African kids, South African young people can be able, and then we put a shoulder, we help them. There is no job, unemployment is high. So we must, I don't say chase the foreigners. Those that they have papers and are proper, that's fine. But we can't have every and any other spaza shop and working opportunity occupied that way. No. No. We'll have to find out how many they are. But liquor board again. You can't make every house to house a ship-in. You can't. We've got a drunk nation, Mos. If every house is a shipping, and the manje, I'm convinced ukuthi my stand is correct about alcohol. That's why I started then, I ukuchitha utshwala lapha. Ngapchitha. Bazo complain about kufa abantu ukuchitha utshwala. Uma uthi utshwala bungachithwa, hamba uvusa ingane zase East London. If you have no issue with alcohol, go there and ask lapha Scenery Park what happened. Ask me what happened at Scenery Park. I was there. When those 21 innocent souls, 13 years and 17, all dead because of alcohol. Let's come, is you starting Pategile? Soon we're shifting, we're honoring the request by shifting that mobile. Yeah, shift it where they want them. Secondly, we're beginning to clear, you said, when is October? 1st November, we clear the thing and we begin to put structures here. That 1st November. Okushuthi mina nawo kuyofanele size la. Basibone, siclearisha. Mangalithola mina ithuba lokuzweza wena. Ume la kuzoclearishwa khona. That is the second one. Third one, finalize the issue of assistance to these structures, CPF and Neighborhood Watch, in whatever form of assistance. That must be finalized. And next time we come here, we must be given the finalization and the plan of doing that thing. If it would have been started, that would be the best that it happens. That would be the third one. The fourth one, I'm calling them Bizo Yamadoda. We'll have to work on them. Fifth one, I'm calling on this Imbizo for across the government in all necessary and relevant structures. It doesn't mean, Ucele is a part of, I'm sure Nanansang Nagi Manch. I'm becoming a part of a furniture here. San complain ngazo zonke izinto complain ngama radio station. Angazi minister wamaphoyisa ungenaphi kuma radio station kodwa ni complain nakuyena. Which means we must come across the government. So that is the fourth one. Fifth one, I'm not going to be able to instruct you, but you and me, I want to work and pull together every other thing that has once worked here, including those forerunners who made things to work. There was a time when the crime in this community was almost, not zero, but was almost. So we do have those methodologies. So that meeting, when we come back to this community, we'll have to able to report what have we done together. CPF, everybody come together, put the plan that will make this community safe. We must make this community safe. The last one, the sixth one, as we call amadoda, makhosikazi, igama lenu malibongwe ngokuthi nislide angabi khona ingane, your girl, your sister's daughter ohlala kwakho that is raped endlini uthule. I'm making a call on mothers. There should be no child that is raped under the roof where you are as a mother and you know and you let go. It shouldn't be. Finally, Mapoisa, we get paid for the safety of these communities. Let's go and work hard to make sure that one day comes, even here in Khayelitsha, that we create a society, we create a community where a young girl in the middle of the night can walk alone without fear of being attacked, raped, or assaulted by men. So that's a kind of the community we have to obligate ourselves that we are working towards. It can happen if all we put our shoulder harder on the wheel. May Mandela rest in peace and look upon us wherever he is. Thanks.